Welcome to today's presentation on how to analyze customer stories. Today we are talking to a different topic, that is how to analyze customer stories. You may be familiar with customer stories, how many ways you can collect customer stories. Think about the different ways you collect customer stories in the real life stories, also from the online stories. So nowadays everything is online, so you have a lot of methods to collect customer stories. Maybe you can collect stories using WhatsApp, you can collect stories using Facebook or other social media platforms. At the same time, you can interact with your customers and collect the stories. Here, I'm talking about how to analyze these customer stories and what are the methods we can use to analyze these customer stories. Okay, we can start with a small video which demonstrates how to record customer stories. So I hope everyone is ready. We can start. So before the video, I will explain what are the benefits or how the stories are helped when analyzing the stories. The stories are used to analyze purchases, mainly the customer journeys. So what are the things in the customer journeys? How the customer gets awareness and learn. Another thing is how the consumer compare and select, how the consumer execute the purchase, how the consumer receive and unpack the product, how the product used, how the consumer use the product, how the consumer dispose the packaging. These are the different aspects we can analyze from customer stories. Customer story is one of the methods to collect information. There are a lot of other methods like depth interviews or quantitative interviews, ethnographic studies. You may be familiar with the different methods. This is one of the methods we can use. So by analyzing the stories, we will get mainly the customer journey, purchase journeys. Okay, we can start with a small video how to record story narration.
Abulia, she's one of my closest friends. Her age is 28. Nilima, she's my elder sister. She's my guide and my friend, actually. Her age is 32.
Here, you are seeing how the story narration is going on. So it will be collected to a simple tool. What are the thumb rules we had to follow while story narration? The important aspect is don't guide or prompt or ask questions. Why we are saying that? So why we are saying that? Think about if you are going to guide the person who is narrating the stories, or you prompt in between the stories, or you ask questions in between the stories. Actually, what is happening? You will be deviating the flow of the story. The person who is narrating the story is having a flow. So you'll be deviating from that. You will be prompting the person to deviate from that flow, and the person is going to answer your questions. So don't do that. So don't guide or prompt or ask questions. If you are going to guide or prompt or ask questions, actually it becomes a depth interview or the normal discussions, or for the depth interview or open interview questions, or like one-to-one discussions. Don't go to that method. That is not storytelling. That is, they are answering to your questions. So that's not storytelling. The storytelling you should not record what is happening or what the person is narrating. So let them do their own way of narration. That is one of the important things you have to keep in mind. That is the main difference between the other methods and story, customer stories. Because otherwise, you can conduct depth interviews or ethnographic studies or other one-to-one discussions. So why this is different? That is non-guided or non-prompted explanation from a customer. Then how to analyze customer stories. So after recording, or you are collecting stories from social media or any other method. So in social media, what is the difference is there is no objectives. You are just collecting the stories which is available in social media. But in organized manner, you can collect stories based on your objective. That is the difference between these two. But in a professional way, it's better to go for the selected or the with objectives, the stories with objectives, but then only it will be concentrated towards the work or towards the objective for that project. So better go for that. Also, at the same time, you can collect stories from social media. But anyway, in what method you use to collect the stories, you have to analyze. So how to analyze customer stories? What we propose or what we practice is the collector, enumerator, and evaluator method. There are three phases in that analysis. Concentration or more explanation on these aspects than just collecting the stories, because nowadays we are trying talk to any UX researcher. So they have a lot of stories, but they are just analyzing based on their logic or their intuition. So there is no professional method is implemented while analyzing the stories. They are just conclude the stories. Okay, this is my conclusion. This is what the respondent says, said or explains. So that may be a lot of other things the respondent explain, because the story itself takes 15 minutes or 30 minutes. There are a lot of things the respondent explains, but the analyst will concentrate only some points and say that this is what the person says. It's just a concluding the story. So that is not the right way. Collect whatever the respondent or the customer want to explain. Collect all that aspects, all that story, and record it. Then we have to use professional method to analyze. So that's why I'm talking about these three steps we are practicing to analyze customer stories. One is collector, enumerator, and evaluator. I will explain one by one. So for explaining this, I am putting a case study in front of you. That is the easiest way to explain these analysis. Think about it's a scenario like, can you narrate your purchase journey for glucose meter? We are just asking for a organized story. So, story is collected in an organized manner. You can explain in your words. This is the only introduction required for the story. Let them explain according to their words and with their emotions and their own language and their own way of. presentation. So let them do that. So this is a case study. Then we start with collector. So think that you already recorded that story. Then what is the first step? You are collecting the story to your tool to start the analysis. That's what we call it as collector. There are a lot of models available. One of the more prominent model in consumer journey is Lavin and Steiner model. Is the name of the scientist who proposed this model. This talk about the consumer journey. So the journey starts from awareness, then knowledge, then liking, then preference, conviction, and purchase. These are the 6 important stages of uh, consumer journey. So we use these model to collect the path of the story. The story is developing towards through a path. So we have to first thing is we have to collect that path. Most of the stories, or almost all the stories, starts from a need or problem. The problem is the customer is facing a problem, then he is finding solutions to solve that problem. Otherwise, he is having a need and he is finding methods to fulfill his needs. The difference between need and problem is something happening when they use the existing resources. For example, the person is already have a bike, there is something happened to that bike, there's a problem, but he's not having the bike, he's on riding on a bicycle, then he's looking for a motorbike because he needs that for his professional or his travel fast. That's become a need. So that's the difference between need and problem. So stories will start from either need or problem. Think about normally what you do as a first step before purchase is get awareness about different solutions, then learn about the solutions and prefer light solutions and prefers one above another. That is, you have different choices of the solutions, then conviction, and decide and understand or check what you have decided, then purchase. So these are the steps. So our case study is story on purchase journey of a glucose meter. So you can see an example. As an example, you can see how the problem or how the story narrates or how the story takes its own path to explain all these situations. So it starts with the problem. What is the problem? As patient said, not able to go to lab daily. So it's very inconvenient to go to lab daily because I have to check my glucose level daily, but I can't go to lab every day. Then he presented this to in front of the doctor. So doctor gives the suggestion that there is a glucose meter. So he is getting awareness from the doctor. So doctor says that there's a glucose meter and we can use in these things. So he getting awareness from doctor. Then he inquire about this product and discuss with others. The most of the people say that the accuracy level is very low, so he is having a doubt on accuracy. That's a knowledge he's gaining from others or by learning from different people, maybe internet or from different media as well as others. The accuracy is not up to the mark, so that's the knowledge level he got. But he likes the simplicity of that product, so he can use it in a convenient way. Then why you prefer that I can do it at home, so that is better than lab, I can do it at home. But whether his decision is in a correct manner, still doubt the accuracy. But he purchased it from a pharmacy, then check it in daily basis. Think about the duration of this story. So one of the important aspects while you mark the path is duration. So awareness starts in 1 year back. So he learned, he start learning or start thinking about this product 1 year back. So he got awareness from doctor 1 year back. Then he get a lot of knowledge in the 1 year back itself. Then he continues, but he decided only 1 month back, and he purchased 1 month back from the pharmacy. Then he find a solution to the accuracy also. The check he can do the use the meter daily. At the same time, he can check in the lab once in a month to check the accuracy. So that is the way the story is developing. So you can see a path. So actually, from that recording, when you hear the story again, you can collect the important points of that story, important milestones of that story to this model. So you have to use a container type model. That is best method is Lavin and Steiner model. Also, there are a lot of other methods you can use. Another method is code, context, metaphor. That's another method. There's another method is one more method is hypothesis, argument, example, synopsis. There's another method. So there are different methods you can use. Whatever model you suggest to collect this type of information, you check about whether that model is good for the story narration. That so what we suggest always Lavin and Steiner model because it's very detailed and it covers almost all these steps. So how the path is developing. So now you can see we can draw the path of the story. So it starts from the problem, then go to doctor, then knowledge, then liking part is little bit confused with the accuracy or simplicity. Which one should take first? That is the confusion he is having for a long period. Simplicity or accuracy, which is what's the trade-off between these two. Then he decided to purchase it, and he finds some method to solve that. So you can see the path of that story. This is the way you have to collect story paths. I hope it's clear to everyone how to collect story path. So the next part of the story is roles. When you hear a story, there are different people playing different roles. In the example, when you saw in the video, they say that there is one person, he's my friend, he's having that much age. So that person is explaining about other people who is connecting to that story, or who is giving contribution to her, that person's decision making process. So there are different people or organization or materials which plays different roles in a story. So you can see the part of the story is roles in a story. So there are different roles in a story. What are the important roles? Mainly, there are 6 roles. One is user. Who is user? The person who actually use and consume the product. That's a user. Initiator. Initiator is the person who has a specific need and purpose to buy a particular service. That's called initiator. Then influencer. Influencer is a person or a group of people who the decision maker refers to or who advise. Think about the doctor is an influencer. Maybe the initiator and user may be same, uh, but influencer is different. There is no speak tools that there are different persons to play the different roles. Maybe more same person will be playing more than one role. Doesn't matter. So these 3 roles. Then the next role is gatekeeper. Gatekeeper is a person or organization or professional material which act as a filter on the range. Maybe the pharmacy or the internet. These are the gatekeepers. Give the information. Then decider. Decider is a person who makes the buying decision. Maybe he himself take the decision, or he's talking to other person to take the decision, or he will be inviting a more knowledgeable person to take decision on behalf of the storyteller. Then buyer. Buyer is a person who is actually buys or who is actually spending money for that. So these are the main 6 roles in a story. Sometimes different people will play these roles. Sometimes the same person will be playing. So these are the important aspects. One is path and roles. So who is there in that path? So when you take the knowledge, when you collect the knowledge, who is there as a gatekeeper to give the knowledge? When you take the awareness or take collecting information about the who is there to give the information, who is spending money, person to take decisions. So these are the different roles. So each role have its own importance. You have to analyze based on roles, and we have to identify the role of the person who is narrating the story. At the same time, who are the other people who is playing uh, important roles in the purchase journey. Think about it, if you are just purchasing a phone, think about how you create awareness, how you learn about different phone models, phone brands, then how you collect knowledge. Then you may be talking to a expert person in phone and get that information. Then you look into the features, which one you like, which one you don't like. Then you decide on something connected to the finance part also, then decide from where to purchase and how to. So every purchase journey have these factors, and these on each stages, these are the 6 roles will be playing in a purchase journey. Then come to enumerator. So that is a collector part. So we are collecting all stories to a collector, something like a container which is collecting. The container have different pockets, and we are collecting the information to that collector. Then comes to the enumerator. Enumerator is we are arranging the each part in that story in a proper way Here also we are using scientific models. So you have to pinpoint each point in that story. So you can see it. So in this screen, I am showing a scientific model called 7P. Most of the people are familiar with 7P analysis. That is product, price, place, promotion, people, process, and physical evidence. These are 7Ps. Otherwise, you can use 4P model. Or 5 force analysis or SWOT analysis. There are different models available. According to your product as well as the objective, you can select. So here we have to study a detailed analysis on how the product is satisfying to a customer. So we have to talk about product, we have to talk about price, whether it is in a comfort zone or not, talk about place from where they get information, talk about the promotional methods, talk about people, process, physical evidence. So you can see in the column wise, the Lavin and Steiner model is already displayed awareness, knowledge, liking, preference, conviction, and purchase. And each stage, the duration also displayed. Then after that, what are the main uh, role players? That also you can see. Then how these things work. So you can see price. Whether doctor indicates anything about price? No, the doctor says some price ranges. That's all. However, he inquired price with his friend. So, what is the price of this product? Then, 1 month back, he inquired in the shop, what is the price? Then, compare the price of different brands from shop. Then, shop gives 5% discount. So, that is the price part of that consumer journey. Look in the same way the place. So where he get the awareness from the consultation of it also, doctor is playing a very important role, very commanding position. Doctor is a very commanding position in this product because doctor he's always the patient is he being a patient he always admit what doctor says. So doctor is a commanding position and doctor is saying that you can purchase this meter. So this very the highly influential opinion or highly influential role to the patient the doctor is playing. So doctor is one of the important factor while deciding that product. Then the place, then he inquired in the medical shop, then talk about the convictions or the avoid the accuracy in the shop. Then who purchased? My son purchased from the shop. So there is one more person is coming into that. So one son purchased. Then promotion. So doctor promote anything? No, doctor is not promoting anything. He's just explain this is a method you have to follow. But in shop, they explained, they give some promotion that explained about the discounts. Also, the shop explains about the strip cost. That's also another important thing with the running cost of this product. That then other people involved, no others except doctor, no others is involved, and friends who is using the same type of product, others using that shop owner, then son, there are different people involved in it, then process. So doctor already said show some process, some product, some device he is using, sometimes he is using. So that's already shown during the awareness time. Then and the knowledge level he get explained how to use it. Then the shop is already explained and it's very convenient, you can do yourself. And he's tried in the shop. Think about that live demonstration is happening in the shop. Then he purchased with cash. Physical evidence explained with the device and demonstrated, read with illustration instructions on the product package, then check the So what are the things he is checking? Checking the battery, checking the cost of this trip, then other factors. Okay, check in YouTube also. He checked in YouTube. So this is the way the important 7 P's are giving its points in the story path. That is when we use Lavinjad-Steiner model. So this is the way the enumeration is going on. I'm explaining these things to understand clearly based on a case study. So you may have your own products, your own services. You can try these methods if you are a hotel owner. Think about how the booking is happening, from where your customers get the awareness, from where they get understanding about your hotel and how they compare with other hotels, then how they select it, and who is paying. You can think about it. If it's an automobile or dealer, so you're selling cars, then you can say that from where you get from where the customer get brand awareness, then how he's getting the knowledge and how he's comparing with multiple brands with features, then on what basis he's taking the decision, everything that uh, customer journey. You can use different methods, but how the story narration or storytelling process is connecting to customer journeys. So mainly the customer stories give inputs to customer journeys. Yeah, that's enumerator part I already explained. Then comes to the evaluation side. So how we can evaluate these aspects? We already collected to different containers or the pockets of a container. Then we enumerate and we fix the points in that. Then we had to evaluate the stories. That's the third phase. So I already explained the evaluation will be done based on Lavinjad-Steiner model. That is awareness, knowledge, liking, preference, conviction, and purchase. Story is giving input to all these 6 stages. So whenever a person, a storyteller, narrate a story, it will contain all these 6 stages. Some stages it will be way less prominent for him, but some stages will be highly prominent and have more implication on his decision making process. Think about if you are collecting stories from different people. Maybe you are collecting stories on a particular objective from 100 people. So all these stories can be grouped into uh, these type of evaluators, like what is happening, how many way, how what are the methods they will get awareness, how they get awareness about the product. Think about you are selling cars and how consumer get awareness about these cars and its features or brands. Think about the awareness level, the knowledge, liking. So everywhere the each story will contributing to these 6 stages. So that's why the great scientists who already explained about this six stages of customer journeys. So this method is quantitative mainly because you are summarizing 100 people, or you are summarizing what you got it into a different subsessions and get it analyzed in the quantitative way. That's a quantitative way of analysis. But think that story is mainly qualitative. So you have to do qualitative analysis also. How to do the qualitative analysis? So there's a classification of qualitative analysis you can see in the screen. Okay, you can look into the story first. From where the story starts. Is it an issue or problem? As I said, it starts from a problem. Then the consumer get key insights, then supports, like support from a doctor, etc. Then recommendations from shop or friends. Then he act. When the story is developing through this path, that classification is called rags and riches. So that's mainly based on the storytelling psychologies and so storytelling methods, narration method. When it starts from the issue or problem, then get key insights, then support, recommendation, actions. There's a rags and riches. Another method is the story starts from a thinking process. It's an opportunity. Then when you think about why I I can't have that glucose measuring machine, equipment, then he find a lot of problems like accuracy problems or something like that. Then he got key insights how to recover from that problems. Then he got recommendations, then he act accordingly. So this type of story is called man in a hole. So initially it is just confused, then he recovered from that. So this is called man in a hole. Another one is tragedy. So even though you start from good vision and objectives, there are a lot of negative insights coming to that story. All the people, all the role players say that that is not good for you, that is a bad for you, that is not the right thing for you. So a lot of insights, but still some get positive insight. But at the end, it happens in the as a tragedy. The person is not buying that, or he is after he buys that product, he's not at all satisfied. That's really a tragedy. He won't use it. He also say to his friends that that is happened to me, don't do that. So this is completely a tragedy. Another is Cinderella, that starts from a problem. I think you heard ways. People may be maybe introverts or at the same time you have to control. Then what is the next step? As I said, you have to collect more stories from different part of the world, so different geographies, different cross section of the people. Being a, if you are a global company, so you, of course you have to collect stories from different countries. You selected cities, so people have different culture, people have different behavior, so the stories will be different. So you have to collect these stories from different geographies. Also, people collect the stories from different demographic profiles, that is illiterate people, highly educated people, professional people, non-professional people. You can take the cross sections of the people. Then psychographic ways, the attitudes or different traditional or modern attitude people. Then behavioral ways, people may be maybe introverts or extroverts. So a lot of things you can see while storytelling. Also, you have to collect these stories in different segmentations, and heavy user or light user. You can use all the segmentation methods while collecting the stories. Maybe you are collecting 100 stories, you can apply all these segmentation methods. That's the So you have to collect stories directly or indirectly. In both ways, you can collect the stories, but you have to collect globally or whatever your target market, you have to collect from there. So you have to collect directly or indirectly. As I said earlier, directly means you are talking to the customer, but indirectly means you are collecting from social media, or you are collecting the stories which is just spoken, may not be for your own purpose, may be for some other objectives, but you can collect, take it as a story. Okay, good. That's a way the analysis, or we can do multiple analysis or multiple level of analysis with the stories in a qualitative as well as quantitative ways. Then to conclude, what are the important takeaways? Collect the stories directly and indirectly. Don't guide or prompt or ask questions while story narration. Use collector, enumerator, or evaluator. That's the method you have to use. Then use scientific method in each phase. Don't conclude the story with your intuition, or don't conclude with just one opinion. So analyze it with scientific models. Do call and quant analysis. These are the important takeaways. So I am done. So if you have any questions, please ask. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I hope I narrated the story of how to evaluate story in a proper way. I think you got the takeaways, and these stories are mainly used to take the market feedback or customer journeys while purchasing. Also, we can use for evaluating MVP. It depends on your. Anyway, this is a part of open innovation journey. We can do that. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. You can expect this type of topics every week. So I'm live Hello, welcome to my presentation. Today we are talking about how to listen to users. More specifically, if I am a UI designer, how to listen to my users. That is, the user is going to use the product on which I designed the interface. So, how to listen to users? That's a very simple question in front of us. You can hear from me today about listening users and why we should listen to users and whom to listen, then when we have to listen, where we have to listen, and what we have to listen. As a UI designer, why I should listen to users, whom to listen, when I should listen, and where and what. So this is very simple model I am following. It's called 5Ws. The model is called 5Ws. So it very easily we can analyze or we can interpret the context. I'm Thomas. I talk about innovation journeys. So innovation journey starts with empathizing ideas, sketching concept, designing look and feel, rapid prototyping, evaluating MVP, and market feedback. These are the main stages of innovation journey. You can hear from me how a UI designer and how a UX research to be conducted, uh, how a UI designer to work on each stages. Today specifically, I'm talking about the listening. I'll talk about listening, design, development, deployment, and measure. Today we talk about listening. I hope you will be enjoying my presentation. I expect your likes or comments and share to your group and send to your friends. That's up to you, but you are free to do that. What is innovation journey? As I said earlier, innovation journey have 6 steps. Empathizing idea. So ideas to be conceived from users. The empathizing idea, sketching concept, then develop that idea into a concept. Then concept will be moved to look and feel stage. Then the look and feel will be developed to the prototype. Then prototype developed to minimum viable product. Then launch the product and market. These are the important stages or milestones of innovation journey. How as a UI designer it is connecting to you, or how a innovation journey is syncing with UI design steps. So empathizing idea, of course, it's an ideation of a UI designer. Ideation step. As a UI designer, you have to make up your idea, and it's called ideation process. You may be thinking about different ideas and something to be rejected, something to be modified, then final come to a final idea. Then wireframing. So sketching concept is as same as wireframing. So you can wireframe your idea, that your concept, what you have in your mind, and you can develop it as a skeleton form. Then this wireframe is developed towards mock-up. That is more look and feel, the colors, shapes, everything will be finalizing. So it's called mock-up stage. Then from mock-up, we can, as a UI designer, you can develop UI designs, the interactive designs you can develop. That's a prototype stage. Then prototype is slowly developed towards minimum viable products. That means the front-end designer also, or some programming aspects you can do to you can do to your prototyping. Then it comes to a minimum viable product stage. That's also a UI design stage. Then the front end developer will develop, or the back end developer will support the front end developer. Then the product is launched. After launching the product, UI designer can do a real time UX research. That is from market. It is already launched to the market and can take feedback from the users about their experience. So this is a perfect syncing of stages of UI design with the innovation journey. So ideation process, wireframing, mock-up, UI design import. Question starts. Why UI designers listen to users? According to my experience, most of the UI designers starts from intuition. They have an idea in a fine morning and they start designing. Or they understand the product from the product owner, then they got an idea, they start designing. This is the step most of the UI designer starts with. I'm not finding fault with that step, but this is a human habit. We have a lot of ideas. Being a designer, I know that you have a lot of ideas. You are a creative person, so you have a lot of ideas. Of course, you are you will be starting with your own idea, but that idea is just your intuition, your opinion, or your view on the product, how it should work. But as a human habit, all humans feel that their idea is great. This is a problem you have to tackle. Everyone feels that their idea is great. In fact, the idea is great only for that person who is proposing that idea. For others, it's not a great idea. May or may not be. Mostly, it won't be a great idea because that person also have an idea on that product or on that context. So your idea is great only for you, not for others. You have to understand, as a UI designer, you have to understand that situation. So don't say that your idea is a great idea. And in a commercial perspective, an idea is a great idea only after success. Because as Thomas Alva Edison said, I invented 10,000 inventions without no use. He feels that these are great ideas. That's the reason the great visionary and scientist invented a lot of things. But nobody is using it. So we can't consider it as a great idea. The community won't consider it as a great idea. So Edison said that that's a failure. So 10,000 failed ideas, then you may be reaching a successful idea. So don't think that your idea is great. That's one of the wrong perceptions the UI designers have, and don't argue that your idea is great. So you have idea, that's good. What we had to do as a UI designer, what a UI designer has to do with an idea. Because when a UI designer understands the product, there are a lot of ideas come to the UI designer's mind, and they will start with one idea, or they conclude to one idea, but still don't think that that's a great idea. What we have to do as a UI designer, talk to users with the idea before design stage. Talk to users with your idea and reach consensus of ideas. Take the ideas from users. Take their views on your idea from users. Take the extension of your ideas from users. Then take different viewpoints on your idea. Maybe you can present multiple ideas to users and compare, rank your ideas, and compare and finalize, or you can take add-ons to your ideas, then reach a consensus of ideas. Then finalize your idea. Then you can lead this exercise, but don't dominate on this exercise. So all people have their own ideas. So present your idea and listen to the users and reach consensus. That is the reason why UI designer listen to users. It may be in any stage, the ideation stage or wireframing stage, mock-up stage, prototype stage, or MVP stage, or the testing stage. You have to talk to users and control. That is very important. So that's the reason I'm saying that don't feel that your idea is great. The company has to implement your idea. Don't take this type of wrong stand in designing. Then the next question comes: whom should UI designer listen to? Okay, you already decided to listen to users with your ideas or with your design, but whom to listen? I have a practical thought on this. You can divide the listeners to two groups. One is the internal circle, another is external circles. What is internal circles? Internal circles you can form inside the company or inside the organization. That may be the production department or costing department or compliance or other departments in the company. So R&D people or different people you can talk to. So you can prepare, you can formulate these type of circles inside the organization. Other categories, external circles. External circles you can divide into two categories, mainly two subcategories, mainly non-users and users. Non-users means the group of people who is not using the product. Maybe you are developing a banking app. There are a lot of users. They may not use banking app. They are maybe following their own way, or they need not require that. So that's called non-users. Then they say I need not require that app. So that's non-users. So talk to them and get their views why they need not require. Okay. The other category is users. Users, again, we can subdivide into competitors users, your own consumers, then substitution users. Competitors users means the other brands already in the market who is using the other brand. Talk to them. The users who is using brands already in the market who is using the other brand. Talk to them. The users who is using the competitor brands, talk to them. Customers, the customers the of our company or your own company. Maybe if you are doing the UI design for the first version, you may not have customers. Still, you can talk about customers of the other products of your company, or you can avoid that group. But actually, it's better go to the customers who is using other products from your company, because you can talk about their views and their brand loyalty, lot of things. Then substitution users. Who are substitution users? Substitution users are the users who is using some method to reach the same objective. He may not be using competitors' products or your own products. Your own products means for on same objective. If you're designing for the version 2, you already have customers and competitors' customers, but the users not using both products, but they have their own way to reach the same objective. For example, in a banking situation, he may not be using banking app, but he's engaging his sibling or his parents or his kids to do the transaction in that app. So that is called a substitution users, because he needs or he use it. Actually, he's using it in a different way. Your product is not used by you, or your competitor's products is not used by that person. Still, he is reaching the objective in some other methods. That is called substitution users. The objective is met by some other methods. Non-users means they're not at all using that. This is the difference between non-users and substitution users. So you can develop these type of circles, define these type of circles, and you can form these type of circles inside the organization and outside the organizations. Then segment these groups, the members in that group, to different segments. How you can do the segmentation? The scientific methods of segmentation we can apply, that is demographic segmentation. Demographic segmentation is based on LSM, the living standard measurement, or SEC social economic classification. So in demographic segmentation, we mainly talk about income, age, occupation, and education. Divide the group into these segments. Then geographic segments, which country the users belongs to, or city or region. And third is psychographic segmentation. It depends on this lifestyle, that is traditional lifestyle or modern lifestyle. Then attitude. Attitude is one of the important things. You can, of course, you can follow adoption curves. There is innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards. Segment the users to these categories. What are the categories? Innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, laggards. Innovators is the people who grab the new product immediately to try. Adopters, early adopters, then early majority. After the adopters, they will use over when after they feel that the product is successful in the community, they will start using it. Early majority, then late majority, they will be using in the downside, or they'll be using when the product gets saturated. After saturation in the market, they will use the late majority. Then laggards, they always find the fault with your product that they won't use the product. They will wait for the next version to come. So that's the attitude of different people. So you have to find the attitude of the people by using screening methods, then group these people into psychographic segmentation. Then behavior segmentation talk about benefits and occasions. Benefits is maybe user is thinking about what is the benefit of this product. Is it value for money, or is giving any contribution to my day-to-day life schedule? So these are the benefits the user is looking for. Then occasions, maybe office, home, leisure, or different occasion. This is a behavior of the people who is using. Behavior of the people who is using in the community, that you have to divide the users into these categories. Then usage. That is mainly talk about usage rates, the heavy user, medium user, light user. Then awareness, the product awareness or brand awareness. So these are the segmentation. Why I am explaining all these five segmentations? If you apply these five segmentation, we call it as 360-degree segmentation. That is, you covered all the aspect of the society, and you can divide the groups into these 360-degree segmentations. So that means when you talk to a user, that user represent from the cross section of these segmentations. So when you select users from all cross sections, it will be a complete view from the community. Still think you may be thinking about my product is not for the entire society. That's correct. No company in the world can develop a product for the entire community. Look to any product or any level of company, maybe Google or Apple or Facebook, still that is not common. That is not a common product for the entire community. Look into the more generalized product. Maybe you can say phone is common to all. That maybe. I'm not saying maybe, because there are only 90, maximum 90% people can use phone. There are a lot of category of people, they are not using the phone, they need not require phone. That's okay. Still, phone is such a common product. Still, look into the brand. They can't develop phone for the entire phone users, a particular category of people. When you take the particular category of people, it comes to the demographic or geographic or psychographic or behavioral or usage based. So find your users, or define your users to whom you are, as a UI designer, for whom you are designing this. You should have a clarity on your mind. This UI is going for a illiterate person from a developing country, or this is going to a educated person in a developing country, or think that my product is a very regional product, or still your product is limited to only one city, still you can divide the city into the north, south, east, west, and center. So then in that way, you can divide, then apply the demographic segmentation. After applying demographic and geographic segmentation, apply psychographic and behavior and usage segmentation. Without segmentation, it's not advisable to meet people. You may say that I can just go to a casual way of talking to person in a street or in a public place and talk. Okay, that is allowed. But while discussing like that, you have to collect the information about these factors and for the analysis purpose, categorize that person to a segment. Because when you go to street, you may be talking to a kid, or you may be talking to a elder, you may be talking to a male, you may be talking to a female, or you may be talking to a highly educated, less educated person. So while discussing, you have to categorize because these factors counts the opinion and the decision process of the user, their viewpoints. So if that opinion or the idea is coming from the targeted users you have or targeted users you define, that is very valuable opinion because you are going to meet them after releasing the product. So the targeted users, maybe if you are talking about version 2, the existing users and competitor users, that's called targeted users. And non-users, still it's a targeted users. Substitution, still it's a targeted user. But which category or which segment of the society you design the UI, that means the product designer already designed for that particular category. The product is designed for that particular category. So your design, UI design also synchronize with that category of people from that society. Do not need not generalize. No product can generalize into that level. Look into the big companies, even though they have the same brand, still they are changing the UI for continents or country wise. Maybe the technology is same, still they are changing the UI for regions. So don't think that anybody can contribute to my UI design, I will follow. No, you need not follow like that. You have a specific objective for the product, that this product is going to meet the requirement of this category of people, then talk to them. Okay, the next question is, when should UI designers listen? Okay, as a UI designer, I can listen anytime. Okay, any time is okay, but in what stage of UI designs you have to listen? Of course, as I said, explain, these are the main stages of UI design process. Each stage you have to listen to users. The ideation process, you have to listen to your users, the segmented or targeted users. After segmentation, you define the segmentation, then find the people or find the people and categorize them to a particular segment. The ideation stage, you have to talk to that targeted users and compare with ideas and finalize. Then you develop the wireframe. Before concluding the wireframe, you have to talk to the internal users, internal circles, then external circles, then complete the wireframe. Then develop to mockup. Do the same process. Talk to external or internal users. Complete the mockup. Then develop to prototype design. User interface design as a prototype. Talk to people. Then MVP. When the UI is developed to the MVP stage, minimum viable product stage. Talk to users. Then complete the design and launch the product. After launching, Again, you have to talk to the users to get the real-time user experience. So based on the real-time user experience, you can develop next versions. So every stage, ideation, wireframing, mock-ups, prototyping, MVP, and real product. Every stage you have to talk to users. How many times you have to talk to your users according to your satisfaction? Maybe one sitting or multiple sittings or multiple phases you have to talk to users. Maybe in the mock-up you talk to users and get some clarity on changes you have to make, then change the mock-up. Again, you can go to the users and check whether your change is correct. Again, you will get some more clarity, then come back and do. So this process is going up to the saturation level. What we feel is, if it's a mobile app, it will take around 15 sittings, 15 stages to complete prototype. Maybe 15 sittings. Maybe every week you can do these type of sittings with users, these type of discussions with users. But if you are developing UI for a physical product, every week it's not possible because you get a lot of ideas from your users, but the technical team needs some time to implement that ideas or that changes, maybe once in a month or once in a quarter. Because if we are designing a UI for automobile, maybe once in 3 months, you can talk to the targeted users and finalize your design, because that design needs, the development of that design needs a longer phase when compared to the digital products. So it depends on the product and your objectives. But in any product, it's a physical product or digital product, these stages are same: ideation, wireframing, mock-ups, prototyping, MVP, and UX. These are the milestones. So finalize these milestone or cross this milestone with targeted users. Then the next question comes: where should UI designers listen to users? What we suggest, you have to talk to users in their environment. They may have multiple environments, but experience their environment, because that is the environment where your product is going to use, or the user is going to use your product in that environment. The home environment, think about your mobile app. That's how it is using in a home environment by the targeted users. Think about automobile also. How they are parking their car, how they are cleaning the car, or how they are interacting with the car while it is in their home. So that way you had to. So from that environment you had to talk. The other environment is street. Think about in a casual ways you can talk to them. So that's also an environment, because think about a mobile or an automobile. Street is a good environment to talk to. So there are a lot of restrictions the users have while they are in street. Then the third is workplace. Anyway, maybe a person is parking their car in the office, or think about agriculture person is working in a cultivation field. So workplace is one of the important environment we have to interact with users. Then lab, invite them to your lab. You can discuss about your designs or a prototype or minimum viable product. The main environments are home, street, workplace, and lab. Try to collect users' opinions and ideas from these environments. Okay, what should UI designers listen? The next question is, what should UI designers listen? So I can listen everything. Okay, of course. You have to listen everything from users, but you should have, as a UI designer, you should have specific objectives in your mind. If the user is diverting or user is not filling to that objectives, you can prompt. So what should UI designers listen? The first thing is quick responses. When you show your ideas, when you present your ideas, what's your quick response? When you show your wireframe model, what's your quick response? Like that, when you show the mockups, when you show the prototype, when you show the minimum viable product, what's your quick response? That's immediate response from their mind. You have to collect that. Second stage is from that immediate responses, develop. User has to develop, not UI. User has to come to stories. Stories means their experience. Maybe using in their other products, maybe using the reaching the same objectives, their experiences that come up like a stories. So quick responses, then users has to present their stories. UI designer has to listen stories. So they had different stories to say. I already done a presentation on different type of stories and how to analyze the stories. You can refer it my previous presentations on categorizing stories and how to judge the stories or how the stories will be developing. Then next comes to the positive thoughts from stories. Users will conclude the positive side of the experience and the negative sides of the experience. So the stories will be developing in the positive thoughts and negative thoughts from the user's perspective. UI designer has to listen that. Then comes to ideas. Users comes with a lot of ideas. So if I had to do this, I'll be doing this. If I do this, it will be in that way. So that is better to do that way. So like that, users have a lot of ideas. Here their ideas. Then look to the walkthroughs, how the user is going to do it in real life. They have a lot of ideas, but whether they will use it, whether they will execute it, they will do it. If you come with that idea, whether they will use it. Walkthroughs, the stage by stage of execution, or you can present the ideas as stage by stage, their own ideas in stage by stage in that discussion itself, and how they will interact with their own ideas. If the product come with their own ideas, they will say that marvelous and all, but don't limit to that level. So how they will do it step by step, whether they will use it, still the people won't follow their they won't use the product if even though that the product is having the product designed with their own ideas, still they may not use it. But while while using the product, they will be finding a lot of other faults, other problems, that they may not be meeting the requirements, or may not be comfortable, or the ideas is marvelous always, but when we execute, there are a lot of problems comes in. So the walkthroughs also a must. So what should UI designers listen to users, to responses, stories, positive thoughts, negative thoughts, ideas, required information from users, then analyze. I am not explaining deep into analysis. Won't follow their they won't thoughts, ideas, and walkthroughs. So it will come to a complete listening process from the users. Then you collect almost all the required information from users, then analyze. I am not explaining deep into analysis, because this is for listening. This presentation is for listening. But I will insist you to start with SWOT analysis. That is strength, opportunities, threats, and weaknesses of your UI design. You already designed, maybe in the design stage or in the version 2 as a real UX stage, you have a UI design, wireframes or mockups or prototypes, whatever it may be. Find the strength, strong points. Find the opportunities. That is how you can extend your design to one more aspect the user needs. Maybe users will talking about, if I need this, that will be great. Maybe that is an important contribution to your idea, your UI. So use that opportunities. And what are the negative sides, the threats, how to overcome that threats, and according to users' mind, what are the weaknesses. So you analyze all this segment. Based on these segments, you analyze these factors and conclude. Then what you have to do next? Every stage you have to do this process, then redesign. In any stage, you can go to this analysis. You have to do this analysis. All stages you have to talk to these people, or in one stage itself, in multiple phases, you have to talk to users as a UI designer. Then analyze their viewpoints, implement in your UI design. In the designing stage, you can implement it. What are the implement conditions? You are already go to my previous videos, and you will get what are the points you have to check while implementing users' ideas to your design. Don't just transfer the user ideas to your design. That's not possible, because different segment of people come with the different ideas. You can't add all the ideas to your product. That's not possible. So conclude their ideas, then implement, or you redesign for the version 2. This is the way you have to conclude the analysis and use the analysis. Okay. What are the takeaways? We can conclude to listen to users to reach the consensus of ideas. Listen to targeted users. Listen to different segments of users. Listen to users in all stages of designing. Listen in different environments of users. Listen to quick responses, stories, positive thoughts, negative thoughts, ideas, and walkthroughs. This is the objective of listening. So, any stage of your design process, you can listen to users. So, these are the takeaways. I hope it is very clear to you. I need not explain it again. It's very clear what clear on what is the purpose and what you get while listening to users. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. As I said earlier, you can share to your team. Questions? Hello, welcome to my presentation. Today we are talking about how to listen to users. More specifically, if I am a UI designer, how to listen to my Hi, welcome to my presentation for this week. Today I am talking about being a UI designer, how to convert UX findings to UI design. So last week we talked about how to listen to users, and this week we are talking about how to convert UX findings after listening the users to UI design. So converting UX findings to UI design. I'm just briefing what we had last week. UX findings. We started with 5 Ws, that why we had to hear users, whom to listen, when we had to listen, where we had to listen, and what we have to listen. These are the basic questions we discussed last week. Then we concluded to SWOT analysis, that the strengths, opportunities, threats, and weaknesses of the information we gathered from users. So these are the findings we had after listening. Today, we are talking about how to plan a UX design, a UI design project from UX findings. So how to plan? Before designing means before you execute the design in colors and shapes, how to plan to start the UI design. So that's a bridge between UX findings and UI design. Most of the UI designers are not following these steps because they start design without analyzing much on UX findings. But today we are talking about how to plan. All my presentations are based on innovation journeys. So innovation journey starts with empathizing idea, sketching concept, then moving to designing look and feel, then rapid prototyping, evaluating MVP, and market feedback. UI design come into force in designing look and feel and rapid prototyping. This is a total innovation journey of a product. That means normally the company with the product owner or the product development team will follow this innovation journey. UI is a part of product design. So user interface design comes with designing look and feel and rapid prototyping. These are the major areas we are talking about UI design. Inside that, you can talk about idea, concept, and everything, but in a total product journey, product innovation journey, UI design is talking about designing look and feel and rapid prototyping of the product. So this is a total innovation journey. I will always advocate open innovation journeys. In UI and UX design, so the steps you can hear from me is listening, designing, developing, deploying, and measuring. Today we are talking about plan the designs. If you want to talk to me one-to-one, or you want to talk to me as a separate meeting, you can scan this QR code and fix an appointment. Of course, you are permitted to share this presentation to your team and refer it for future use. Okay, coming back to our topic. The first step you have to do is defining targeted personas. So you have a lot of information you collected about the users. As we discussed, there is segmentation and how to target users based on segmentations. These segmentation information you are you have to define. As I said earlier, you have the basic target, it's the demographic profiles, geographic profiles, psychographic profiles, behavioral, and usage. These are the basic 5 segmentation methods. Based on that, you define or categorize the users. Then we have to define personas. How we can define persona? Think about, take one person, maybe a male or female, according to your definition. Think that these are the examples of personas. 25 to 30 years of age, from Singapore, is an innovator, he is using the product, value for money, and medium user. That's one profile you are targeting, who will become the user of your product. Then 30 to 35 years, Delhi, early adopters, using it for status symbol, and heavy user. Then 35, 40 years, Singapore, early majority, value for money. Like that, as an example, I defined 6 personas who is going to use this product. After UX findings, and based on the segmentation, you can define, these are the definition of people or definition of users is going to use this called the persona. Persona is a marketing term. You can say another word called regression model. If you're a statistician, you'll be using regression models. But so otherwise, you can use it as a social representation or society representation, or whatever it may be. You can call it as persona. That's a good marketing term. So we can define one persona, that is, you are defining the product for the entire community. That's only one persona. So any person at any age, in any category, or any geographic region can use this product. But it's very difficult to design that type of product. It's not advisable. It's not possible. Nobody will, it won't market like that. So it will be automatically categorized towards one category of 1 or 2 categories of social segmentations. Better define these segmentation while the design stage itself. So define the personas. And how many personas you have to define? It's better to have 6 to 10, not more than that. If it's more than 10, it will be very complex. It's very hard to differentiate between personas. So it's better 6 to 10. That is better for the easiness of an analysis and design. Okay, so you should have a clarity on where this product is targeted and whom this product is targeted. Then define. If you are targeting your product only to one city, still you can define the personas based on demographies and attitudes. A lot of things are there. After defining the personas, what you had to do? Do UX analysis for each persona, because you had a lot of information and you got UX findings after talking to different users. Do UX analysis. You can analyze the findings. Maybe you can use the same SWOT analysis, or if you are more interested or you need more information, you can do statistical analysis. But do this analysis for each persona you define. You maybe define 6 personas or 3 personas, but you have to do the analysis and rank it based on each persona. You can do the SWOT analysis with ranking. I always advocate graphical tools for this type of analysis. I am savvy with all these graphical tools, but some people are not interested in graphical tools. They can use the tables and information. That's okay. But according to me, the graphical tools are more precise and more clear to the information and findings. That's why I use graphical tools, because when you play something at this point, it's very clear that it's between 2 scales. So it need not explain. So when you write some sentence, so again, the reader has to apply his mind and conclude. But in the graphical tools, it's very easy. That's why you always use graphical tools. We are using a lot of tools like that. This is called Idea Compass. You can do the analysis based on SWOT analysis with ranking and user perspectives. Okay, do these type of tools or use your own tools and do UX analysis for each persona. Then finalize the UX analysis with product designer. That's one of the important steps the UI designer has to follow, because as I said earlier, UI design is a part of product design. So product designer is having a deep knowledge about the product, about the target, about the objective of the product. So at all the stages or each milestone is better to discuss with product designer and finalize. Because the UI designer won't have the total perspective of the product, because UI designer is limiting to user interface. But product designer is not like that. It's talking about macro level and micro level analysis of the product. So how to design a product is a little bit different from how to design a UI, because UI is just a part of the product. Okay, so finalize these UX analysis you had done for each persona with product designer. That's one of the important steps you had to do as a UI designer. While analysis, of course, you have to avoid these two conditions, two views of the analysis, or two biases. One of the important bias you will fall into is Ikea effect. What it is? Ikea effect is very simple. We always feel that our creation is great. We love it more if we made it. And we argue with that. Okay, what I designed is better. Why should we conduct UX research? I already designed it. That was better. This approach is called Ikea effect. This is named after the great company called Ikea, because they develop the product within a knockdown form. You have to purchase the components and assemble it. And actually, you are paying for that assembling, your creativity to that company. At the same time, you are enjoying the creativity and you feel that you made it. So you love the product. That bias is called Ikea effect. Most of the analysts and designers have these bias. Always they will say that whatever I designed is great. Even though people find the mistakes, even though people point out the mistakes, still they argue that whatever I do is great. That is called Ikea effect. Another one is confirmation bias. So when you start with Ikea effect, always the confirmation bias will come in, because people will argue against it. Others, the viewers will argue against it. What the UI designer will do, he will conveniently take some information from the total data to support your argument. This bias is called confirmation bias. So there's a total data. So you can pick some part of the data or a view of one user and highlight it and say that users are saying this. Look into this. Users are saying this. This is the great design. So that is the highlighting or reconfirming or projecting a particular data with a particular objective. That is called confirmation bias. So normally the people with the Ikea bias, they will look for data to support their Ikea bias, Ikea effect. This is called confirmation bias. Human opinion is always biased. It's not neutral. If you argue, say that I am a neutral person, no, I won't believe it. That is not possible. You have your own opinion. I have my own opinion. All human findings are biased. So look into these two bias, that's Ikea effect and the confirmation bias. You always keep in mind that this bias is there in your findings. when you argue with other person, these bias is there. I feel that whatever I developed is great. And look into this data. There are a lot of people are saying that. Maybe 25% people are saying that. Maybe 25% people are saying the other way. Still, I will highlight the 25% people's opinion and say that my opinion is correct. This is a human. How to nullify these bias? I already done a video and article on this. What are the different type of bias affecting an analyst and affecting a designer? Whatever human being making an opinion, you will come across this bias. I already done article on it. You can refer my LinkedIn profile for this. I'm not going deep into that, but you have to feel that there is a bias called the Ikea effect and confirmation bias, which is making your opinion and your judgment away from the neutral judgment or real representation of the society. Okay, coming to the next step. After you design or after you analyze the UX design, and based on that findings, you are going to start UI design. The next step is interaction design. So based on these findings, you have to design the interaction. That is what you are doing in the UI. So before doing as a UI design, you have to plan that interaction. How to do that? I propose a model. This is called design blueprint. This is a theoretical model. What it shows? There are different stages like line of internal interaction, line of user visibility, line of user interaction. These are the three main stages. So what it is? Look into this word line of user interaction. Above than this, user will interact. What are the stages user will interact? User actions. User will act something on the interface. Maybe increasing the temperature or decreasing the temperature. There's a user actions. Visual evidence. When you increase the temperature, user has to see the evidence, what is happened to the temperature, or it's showing that something is coming from green to yellow and yellow to red, or something you have to give as a visual evidence. So these two stages are line of user interaction. Again, based on that evidence, user will react, maybe decrease the temperature again. Okay, for example, if you are printing a document, you click on print, then you can see that printing is going on. So user has the option to cancel. Okay. These are the two stages, visual evidence and user actions. That's about the line of user interaction. Then line of user visibility. So whatever above, what the steps above than this line of user visibility, user can see, that is front end. So first user is seeing front end, then the user is acting on front end. So users line of visibility, that's called line of visibility. From this point, user can see. What are the points under that line of internal interaction? What is happening in the back end? It's called back end. What is happening in the back end? That is a line of internal interaction that user can't see. For example, if user is changing a knob as a front end, he's changing the knob, then he can see the temperature is increasing. But what is happening behind that knob? What is the electronic or electronic control which is acting based on the user action? That's called backend, the line of internal interaction, how it is giving the command to the the process. It's called backend. Then under that command, there is a support process. Then there is a electronic process which is happening to increase temperature or decrease the temperature. Think about a digital product. You can see a interface that is front end, and on front end user is giving a command, for example, user login. So it's typing the username and password and saying that your login failed. So you are showing the evidence, then user actions, front end. Think about what is happening in the back end. It's giving the command, or it's checking the username, or it's checking the what he typed as a username and password. That's called backend process. Then it's checking with the database. So mainly support process is happening in the backend and with the database. So this is a design blueprint for any design. And you can follow. Always be vigilant that line of user interaction level. you will get this type of table or this type of arranged form of information for features and business scenarios. You can see that support process, then backend, front end, user action, visual evidence for each personas. So then you find that you need two front end. For these 6 personas, you may need these 2 front end. Or you may find that for 6 personas, 6 different front end, or one front end can categorize all these personas. That is up that you have to decide based on UI findings and analysis. Sorry, UX findings and analysis, and preparing the blueprints. It depends on you. Maybe you think that, okay, one geographic location needs this friend and another geographic location needs this friend. Or think about if you are talking only about only one city, still you may think that the youngsters need this friend and elders need this friend end. Anyway, the backend and the process is same, but only still the front end is different. That is based on user experience. Why we do these two front end? Because if you define like this, the front end is more close to the satisfaction level of that persona. Persona means representing your targeted users. These category of users are more close to this front end experience. This category of people are more close to this front end experience. But how you can? Okay, what you have to do is while doing the login or while while starting the product, you can take these type of information and differentiate. It's very easy in digital because anyway you are logging in, so the logging information is already there, that the user is already registered. You know that the persona, that's a user profile. So for that particular user profile, which persona is so close to that profile, immediately you can start with that sentence. That's very easy in digital product, but in other one, that is physical product, is little bit difficult. Still, you can ask for some questions. Shall we start in a basic mode, or shall we start in the youngsters mode, or shall we start with the elders mode? That type of questions you can ask, then start. Within one question, you can easily analyze. analyze user needs. So that's one method in physical products. But most of the companies know which are their major categories, so they avoid the other category of people. For example, you talk about the premium cars. They won't design anything for the youngsters because they know that the youngsters are not the right category to buy that car because it's very costly. Uh, so youngsters may not have that type of financial capabilities to buy a Mercedes or BMW premium series. So whatever you can see in that car is always designed for the medium or not for youngsters, middle class, middle age, or elders, or senior citizens also. But actually, middle level and always they design for about 30 years. That way you can categorize your product. Still, you can develop a product for this persona and for youngsters persona separately and develop another product for elders separately. That's a strategy companies are following. But in digital product, it's very easy to change the front end. But in physical product, mostly the engine will be same or the process will be same, but the look and feel and the interfaces will be changed based on the models. This model is for youngsters. This model is for elders, like that. Okay, so why a product design or UI design also to design or keep vigilant on these factors is that user interface you designed is more close to the user experience of that targeted users. So when you give the user experience targeted users, the satisfaction level is satisfaction level is according to the design level or expected level, then which will contribute to the marketing. So design the personas and define the front end. You can define whether you need one front end and two front end based on regions or based on demographic profiles or other definitions that you had to decide with your product owner. Okay, next is document document it based on personas. Keep in mind, we not started UI design till now, so you have to prepare, you have to plan the designing process. UI designing process based on personas, that UX findings, analyzed based on personas, and blueprints are prepared based on personas, then document the front end process. Did, this gives more clarity on what you are going to design. One front end can categorize all these personas. That is up, that you had to decide based on UI findings and analysis. Sorry, UX findings and analysis, and preparing the blueprints. It depends on you. Maybe you think that, okay, one geographic location needs this front end, another geographic location needs this front end. Or think about, if you are talking only about only one city, still you may think that the youngsters need this front end and elders need this front end. Anyway, the back end and the process is same, but only still the front end is different. That is based on user experience. Why we do these two front end? Because if you define like this, the front end is more close to the satisfaction level of that persona. Persona means representing your targeted users. These category of users are more close to this front end experience. This category of people are more close to this front end experience. But how you can? Okay, what you have to do is, while doing the login or while while starting the product, you can take this type of information and differentiate. It's very easy in digital because anyway you are logging in, so the logging information is already there, that the user is already registered. You know that the persona, that's a user profile. So for that particular user profile, which persona is so close to that profile, immediately you can start with that sentence. That's very easy in digital product, but in uh, other one, that is physical product, is little bit difficult. Still, you can ask for some questions. Shall we start in a basic mode, or shall we start this youngsters mode, or shall we start with the elders mode? That type of questions you can ask, then start. Within one question, you can easily analyze user needs. So that's one method in physical products. But most of the companies know which are their major categories, so they avoid the other category of people. For example, you take about the premium cars. They won't design anything for the youngsters because they know that the youngsters are not the right category to buy their car because it's very costly. Uh, so youngsters may not have that type of financial capabilities to buy a Mercedes or BMW premium series. So whatever you can see in that car is always designed for the medium or not for youngsters, middle class, middle age, or elders, or senior citizens also. But actually, middle level and always they design for about 30 years. That way you can categorize your product. Still, you can develop a product for this persona and for youngsters persona separately, and develop another product for elders separately. That's a strategy companies are following. But in digital product, it's very easy to change the front end. But in physical product, mostly the engine will be same or the process will be same, but the look and feel and the interfaces will be changed based on the models. This model is for youngsters, this model is for elders, like that. Okay, so why a product designer or UI designer also to design or keep vigilant on these factors is that user interface you designed is more close to the user experience of that targeted users. So when you give the user experience close to the targeted users, the satisfaction level is according to the design level or expected level, then which will contribute to the marketing. So design the personas and define the front end. You can define whether you need one front end and two front end based on regions or based on demographic profiles or other definitions that you had to decide with your product owner. Okay. Next is document it based on personas. Keep in mind, we not started UI design till now, so you have to prepare. You have to plan the designing process, UI designing process based on personas, that UX findings analyzed based on personas, and blueprints are prepared based on personas that document the front end process. This gives more clarity on what you are going to design. Think now you are going to design for different personas, same product front end for different personas. This is a crucial decision you have to take at this point. Okay. UI design is an art backed by science that you have to keep in your mind. You should have the artistic capabilities and analytical capabilities. Both you need. and how you can merge these two aspects, that artistic capabilities and analytical capabilities based on science. How perfectly you can merge these two factors gives the best UI design. So if you don't have these capabilities, this is not your area. You can look for the programming, backend, process design, lot of other areas you can be excel. As a UI designer, you should merge science with art, and you should have a highest level of visualizing capabilities, because you are going to design the product, you interface. So you should have the highest level of visualization. If you are lacking these aspects, you can't visualize analytical way and artistic way and merge. If you think that you have a great capabilities to visualize, or you can't visualize, based on that you decide your profession. But if you feel that you are not a good visualizer, then better leave this area and look into more analytical nature work like programming, back-end process design, etc. Because why I'm saying that, now people feel that UI design is a great thing. That's a great thing. I am not saying that it's not a great thing. It's a great thing. Everyone is saying I'm a UI designer. Of course, everybody can do the UI design, but these two things you should have. Always I found that engineers is not the right people to UI design, because engineers have on most of the engineers have the analytical mind. They won't have the artistic mind. The artistic people is the right person because they have the artistic mind that engineers should support. So it's better to have a UI design team with front-end person and an artist. They can jointly work. It will give a perfect UI design. Otherwise, you should have, as a UI designer, if you are an individual, you should have this capability: artistic visualization with science backup. Otherwise, you can't produce good UI designs. Being an individual, this is very difficult. So I noticed a lot of UI designers is just doing the artistic work with good colors and good shapes and everything. That's okay. They never look into the analytical side of that. They never do the UX research, and they won't do these type of process analysis and user action planning, etc. They do just artistic work. A lot of engineers I know, they will just design the front end with some process, but it may not be fascinated, or it won't have the emotional attachment with users. So artistic work is the emotional attachment with users. So you have to merge with artistic work with science. Art and science to be merged in a perfect way to get good UI design. Okay. That's all. What are the takeaways? Define personas based on UX findings. Analyze UX based on personas. Analyze UX based on personas. Develop design blueprint based on personas. Document it. The takeaway is very simple. Define personas. Analyze UX based on personas. Develop design blueprint based on personas. Then document. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching my presentation. I hope I give a proper step on how to plan before starting the UI design. Still, we not started designing with paint and brush. So how to convert UX findings to UI design? Why I take it as a separate step? Because most of the UI designers bypassing this step, they some people just listen to users and start designing. Some people won't design to users, start designing, but listen to users, plan your design based on personas, and do the designing work. So how to convert UX findings to UI design? And that's what I explained step by step. Hope you are clear on these steps. Very simple. Design the personas, do the blueprint based on personas. You always keep that in your mind. This is the user is going to use your product. A illiterate woman from a village is going to use my banking app. The interface I am designing for the banking app. A professional is going to use my banking app. A youngster is going to use my banking app. A elder is going to use a banking app. So in that way, you have to define the persona and finalize front end and UI based on these personas. Thank you so much. So the two steps completed, how to listen to users and how to convert UX findings to UI design. Next week, I will come to the next step. Questions? Hi, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. Today, I'm talking about 10 usability heuristics for UI design. So, this is not a guideline, but this is a thumb rule. It's a great thumb rules you can apply it in UI design proposed by Jacob Nielsen. What we are talking today, I will explain about these 10 heuristics. This is a rule of thumb we can implement in UI design. Then how to implement in UI design. Then how the rules affect UX, because how these UI design rules going to affect in user experience. Then fourth one is how to audit against this rule, whether your UI design is perfectly matching with these rules or not. I'm Thomas. After this presentation, if you feel that you want to talk to me one-to-one, or if you want to talk to me privately, you can scan this QR code and fix an appointment. We can talk about how to listen a user, how to plan a project, how to execute a project, how to deploy, and how to measure user experience. So you are welcome to fix an appointment and talk to me. Also, if you like my presentation, or if you're fascinated with my presentation, you can like, share, and comment on this, and you can share to your friends and team. Coming back to our topic, 10 usability heuristics for UI design. The complete credit for this topic and my presentation goes to Jacob Nielsen, a great visionary in this field. He was a user advocate and principal of Nielsen Norman Group. He invented along with Donald Norman. So hats off to this visionary who gives these 10 heuristics for our day-to-day practice. Also, you can refer about his work in Wikipedia. What is first rule? Visibility of system status. The system should always keep users informed about what is going on through appropriate feedback within reasonable time. What it is? The system should be interactive with the user. User gives some instructions, then system is doing something. The user don't know what is happening inside the system. So these situations to be avoided. The system should always keep user informed that, okay, this is uploading, this is downloading or opening, or something is in progress. Maybe the process is within 1 second. You can avoid these type of updates. But if the process is more than 1 second, of course, if it's more than 2 seconds, you have to. Otherwise, a user feels that something wrong with the system, it's not responding. So avoid this type of communication gap between user and the system. Always give the visibility of system status. Second rule, match between the system and the real world. So the system should speak the user's language. Whatever the language we are talking to the user, it should be in a user's language with words, phrases, and concepts familiar to the user, rather than system-oriented terms follow real-world conventions. So what it is? So whatever you are talking to a user, it should be in user's language with words, phrases, and concepts. Sometimes the programmers will give some system-oriented terms, so user can't understand it. Better to give the user's language. There's a rule number 2. Then coming to rule number 3, user control and freedom. Users often choose system functions by mistake and will need a clearly marked emergency exit to leave the unwanted state without having to go through an extended dialog, support, undo, redo, etc. So this rule explains we have to accommodate the behavior of the user will make mistakes. Most of the functions in your system or in your app, you will just click on it, maybe by mistake. So whenever user feels that this by mistake, there should be an emergency exit. For example, if you've done something and immediately the user notices that this is not the right way, the user has to undo it. So that's an emergency exit. So don't ask more questions or don't deviate from that situation. It's better to undo and go back to the previous state of the system. So user should have this freedom to do something. And if the user feels that I made a mistake, immediately go back to the previous state of the system. This is one of the important rules we had to implement while designing the UI. Then coming to the 4th rule, consistency and standards. Users should not have to wonder whether different words, situations, or actions mean the same thing, follow platform conventions. What it is. So you have to keep the standards in colors and words while communicating to the user. As I shown here, think about when you see a red color, something wrong in it, it's a universal accepted color for something wrong in it, or you have to stop. If the yellow, that's you have to be more vigilant, and green, that's a sign to go. So think about these colors, or even though you are using a color, don't use red color for stop in one frame, and in another side of the app you may be using a violet color for stop or white color for stop. So these type of confusions to be avoided, inconsistency to be avoided. So we have to keep the colors and words. Sometimes people say that the programmers will say that okay, remove. In another situation, programmer will say delete. Maybe the programmer's intention is to do the same action, but the user have a confusion. What is the difference between remove and delete? Avoid these type of inconsistent situations. Keep a standard, enter applications, and the situations, words, and colors to be in standard. Then, 5th rule is error prevention. Even better than good error messages is carefully designed and which prevents a problem from occurring in the first place. Either eliminate error-prone conditions or check for them and present users with a confirmation option before they commit to the action. So even better than good error messages. That is, when you give a error messages, even better than good error messages is carefully designed and which prevents a problem from occurring in this first place. So Before that, how to prevent that error? The best example is think about this password. When you create a new password, so you'll be taking the reconfirmation of the new password again. So user won't, if even the user make the mistakes, it will be, the program will take care of. So instead of giving the error later, look at the bank account numbers, on a lot of critical situations. When we want to take the critical information, it's better to avoid errors, make some programming rules to avoid errors. So better than error message is better to carefully design to prevent the error. Then coming to sixth rule, recognition rather than recall. Minimize users' memory load by making objects, actions, and options visible. The user should not have to remember information from one part of the dialogue to another. Instructions for use the system should be visible and easily retrievable whenever appropriate. So accept the fact that users have very minimum memory. User can't memorize everything in his mind. Also, we should not insist user to memorize something. For example, a user is going to a work progress, is step by step he is doing something. So the program is moving from one form to another form or another one scene to another scene. So don't ask or don't take it granted that the user will remember what happened in the second stage. Now the user is in fifth stage. What happened in the second stage? So don't test this type of memory with the user. So it's better in the fifth stage, you have to give the progress and saying that this is happened in second stage or first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, and fifth stage. Now you are in fifth stage. This is a major thing happening in these stages. User should have that track. So it minimizes users' memory. So minimize users' memory load by making objects, actions, and options visible. That's one of the great rule you have to keep in mind while developing UI. That's the seventh rule. Flexibility and efficiency of use. Accelerators, unseen by novice user, may often speed up the interactions for the expert user such that the system can cater both inexperienced and experienced users, allow users to tailor frequent actions. So what it is? The programmer will give or designer will give multiple options by keeping in mind that different levels of users can use options according to his own flexibility and his own efficient method. For example, input from two methods, or as you see in the video, the user can hold the handles or control from two positions. So these type of inputs gives efficiency for the user as well as the fast interaction with the user. That means the system can cater both any category of users. Maybe it's a fast user or some more flexibility given to the different type of users. So flexibility and efficiency of use. Then the next one is aesthetic and minimalist design. Dialogue should not contain information which is irrelevant or rarely needed. Every extra unit of information in a dialogue completes with the relevant unit of information and diminishes their relative visibility. Okay, your design should be minimalist. And the interaction should be minimalist. So should contain minimum information. Whatever information you are adding, think that you are explaining it better, but actually when you add one more word or one more sentence to a clarification or a dialogue, it's making complexity in users' minds. According to the developer, it's explaining more and more, but when you add more information, it gives complexity to the confusion to the user because he's comparing what he's learning, he's taking the meaning of these first sentence, second sentence, and third sentence, and he has to compare and conclude. So it's better close the thing in minimalist way and avoid all irrelevant information. When you give extra unit of information, it should match, it should be an add-on to the first information you have given. Don't explain the first information again and again and again. Okay, so minimalist design. The ninth one, help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. Error message should be expressed in the plain language, not code. Precisely indicate the problem and constructive suggestion to the solution of selection of the solution. So what it is? So even though users will make errors, the error messages should be expressed in plain language, simple and minimalistic. But one important thing you have to keep in: don't make codes. So most of the time you get an error 404. How user knows this? What is 404? So avoid these type of interactions with user. User should have a clear error message and indicate the problem. At the same time, the designer should support the user to come out from that situation. So help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. Then the 10th one, help and documentation. Even though it is better if the system can be used without documentation, it may be necessary to provide help and documentation. Any such information should be easy to search, focus on the user's task, list concrete steps to be carried out, and not too large. Better you design UI without documentation. That is a perfect design. It should be self-explanatory, but it's very tough to reach that level by a UI designer because people are different concept. People conceive in a different way, so it's very difficult. Sometimes people need documentation and help. So when you provide help, when the designer provides help and documentation, it should be easy to search, focus on user tasks, only give the information or documentation to the task, and clear cut steps to be carried. Don't give a big paragraph and everything. So clear cut bullet point or clear information features or bullet points, the steps, and it should not too large. So keep in mind that how to design your help and document. Maybe a tooltip, maybe a help document to be designed in a precise manner, target to the task, and clear. Okay, when we come to these 10 rules, 10 heuristics, visibility of system status. The second one is match between the system and the real world. Third is user control and freedom. Fourth is consistency and standards. Fifth is error prevention. Sixth is recognition rather than recall. Seventh is flexibility and efficiency of use. Eighth is aesthetic and minimalist design. Ninth is help user recognize, diagnose, and recover from the errors. 10th is help and documentation. These 10 rules not only for digital design, apply in analog designs or hardware design also, because from hardware also user is interacting. So hardware also interacting with the user, with the interface. So whenever there is an interface, maybe in hardware or software, or in a complete physical product like an automobile or a mixie or a grinder or an oven. So look into the interface. Apply these rules. Whenever there is an interaction with the user and the equipment, there is an interface. If there is an interface, apply these rules. Okay? So don't think that this is only for digital or some website design or something. I'm not interested in that type of digital and limiting my explanation only to the digital products, websites and programs. You can easily apply these rules. But look into a interface of your microwave. How we can apply these rules to that? That is more interesting. And how user interacting to the minimalist design or minimalist interface you are providing in a microwave. Apply these rules. This is there also user is interacting. User should get clarity on what is happening inside. Then implement in UI design. So how we can implement this UI? Okay, these rules are good. We can keep in mind, but we have to implement also. How we can implement in UI design? One thing you have to keep in mind while the applied. What I mean is while you design the screens, so include these screens, which is for confirmation or which is more communication or for clarity or undo, whatever it may be, you have to design these. The designer has to design these screens also. You can see in my screen the first home screen, then go to my account, then take the logout. There is a confirmation. So confirmation is taking from the user while logout. Most of the UI designers, what they do, they will give this screen, home screen, then the last screen. Better to design complete interaction in UI, design stage itself. Whatever may be the interaction, maybe it's opening a file, you are showing a progress bar, while closing a file, you are showing a confirmation message, while deleting a confirmation message. So whatever the icons you are using, whatever the communication method you are trying to do, should design in the UI design stage itself. Don't let the backend programmer or the front-end programmer later to implement these things. So it's a UI designer's duty to do that. No, but what I noticed with the UI designers, they will give the first screen, second screen, and third screen, then say that their design is complete. No, it should be as equal as the front end of the program, front end of the interface, which is working in the real time. So you have to design with proper colors, proper layout, proper flow. Maybe you can use Figma or Adobe XD or UiSat for these type of things. And it should be, the design also should be interactive. It should not be in just 5 screens you draw in a Photoshop or some type, the static level. So UI design should be in dynamic level, and it should be confirmed or should be developed by the UI designer in an interactive form. That is the first step you have to implement in UI designing stage itself. So it's very easy to implement these rules. Then, of course, according to my experience, UI designer will make mistakes. They won't consider this rule. They will just say, okay, log out, okay, logged out. Log in, okay, it's logged in. Delete, okay, that's all. Delete. Product designer, oh, another person who can cross-check the UI design. That is an important step you have to follow in UI design stage. You have to cross-check the design against these rules, whether all the rules are implemented. When there is a delete, okay, whether it's a confirmation is there. When there is an upload, whether the progress bar is there. When there is an error, is a message is clear. And you should not, better not to engage a programmer to test this. Better not to engage a UI designer to test it. Better a product designer, or better you avoid a product tester to do this. What we suggest is go to the field and test your design with targeted users, because that user is the exact user you are going to, who is going to use your product. So that user, you are designing the product by keeping in mind that these category of people is going to use product. So better go to field and test your design in all aspects of these user interface and these rules. So design to be tested. So you can test internally, then go to field and test. So this is one of the important stage. You have to do the design testing with the targeted users. You can keep all statistical principles in while designing, while testing it. Look into these rules. These rules creates user experience. Look again to these rules. Visibility of system status, match between the system and real world, user control and freedom, consistency and standards, error prevention, recognition rather than recall, flexibility and efficiency, aesthetic and minimalist design, help users recognize, help and document. Think about these rules. These rules are actually the triggers or catalyst for the user experience. Whatever the user experience is developing in his mind, in the user's mind, based on these rules, because these are the rules coming out, or these are the rules to be implemented with the user interface, and user interface is interacting with the user. While these interaction, the experience is created. So if only the experience user experience is in the right way. Otherwise, if the interaction is having a gap, or if the user interaction is confusing, then user always will be having the bad opinion about the product, even though the product is giving the results, because result is one factor, but the end results is not only the factor gives good user experience, because user always know that this end result, but the interaction before the end results with the system, that gives user experience, that gives the value to the level of user experience. For example, if you're traveling in an airline, you know that the airline will reach the destination. You are 100% confident on that. Otherwise, you won't enter to that plane. So you're 100% confident that the plane will reach the destination. That is the end results. But that have very minimal effect to the user experience or the level of user experience created in user's mind, or how are you satisfied with our performance when your airline asking to the passengers, are you satisfied, or mark it in 0 to 1, 0 to 10, how you satisfied with our performance. Whether user is considering that is destination, you reach the destination, is that fact? Maybe you had to reach in time, that may be one fact. What the food you are serving it, how you cater the passenger when there is a request. These things are counts in user experience, because user will judge the product based on a lot of factors, not only with core factors. The core factor, yeah, you have to reach the destination, but core factor is a minimum effect, having a minimum effect in the user experience. Look into the enhancing factors or love factors or neutral factors, even the neutral factors, these having a lot of experience. For example, if you talk about a banking, so we know that the payment will be affected to my account and it will be debited or credited, so I can get the balance. So account is meant for that. Every user knows that. So the credit or debit won't give any trigger for the user experience in user's mind. But how you interact with the user while he is asking what is my balance, while he look into the site of the bank, how it is interacting, and how it is giving the messages, how it is reacting when the app, when the banking app is reacting to the user with this message. These gives better user experience, or these are the main triggers to get better user experience. Otherwise, you judge on what basis user recommend your product to others. You know the NPS. So when you count the NPS, Net Promoter Scores, on what basis user recommend your product to others? Not based on the result, because result is granted. User have no doubt on it. But it should be there. If you are not giving the results, the entire thing collapse. But actually, the result is granted. The user experience, the recommendation of your product to his friends and colleagues is based on the interaction, or the level of interaction, or how close you are with the user. So then look into these rules. These rules give clarity how to design an interaction. Okay. The next step is after launching the product. So after design, you develop the product according to the design. The programmer will develop the product according to the design. Then launch the product. After that, the company has to do UX audit. How to do that? There are different methods available. I'm explaining a prominent method here. The 4 questions evaluator will answer when executing an action. So you can use evaluators for that. Will the user be trying to produce whatever effect the action has? If there is a control on the interface, will user be trying to produce whatever effect the action, whether user will use it? That's the first question. Will user be able to locate the control for the action? So when the user needs an action, whether user can locate how to do, or what are the steps to do, what are the controls, or what are the buttons to do that action, whether user can locate it easily. Then will the control user found help them to reach the goal they want? Will these controls give the clarity and saying clearly to the user that this control will reach you to what you need? For example, I want to delete a file, whether this button reach the, so that means you have to clearly explain that on that button itself. or you have to use some icons, maybe high temperature, low temperature. This is very much limited when you design an interface or equipment, because you have very limited space to do that. Mobile app or your website, you have a lot of space, but actually think about interface in microwave or interface in mixie or your dishwasher. So you have a very limited space. Think about a automobile, think about a dashboard of a car, or think about the panel in a bike, motorbike. So you have very limited space when you use the physical controls. If it's a digital control, of course, you have more space. Think about the digital control, very minimal. So whether these buttons they found will help them reach the goal they want. And will the interface provide the understandable feedback for the user after each action? So when they execute that action, whether the interface is understandable. Okay, this is running, or this is moving, or something like that. So these are the 4 important questions you have to gather from the user and or evaluator while doing the UX audits. So I already released a video on this more detail, how to do these walkthroughs. So you can refer my old videos. So I'm not going deep into these steps, because these are one of the main steps, how to analyze user experience. So based on these questions, you will get information from users, then collect that information according to the statistical principles. So you can invite a lot of users for that and test it. Then evaluate these information you gathered from the users during UX audit. Evaluate against these rules. These 10 rules you have to keep in mind, or in more statistical terms, you can keep it as a hypothesis, or you have to keep it as an objective of the project and develop hypothesis based on these rules. Visibility is not proper in system. For user control and freedom is not up to the mark. Like that, you can develop a lot of hypotheses and test the information or check the information you gather from the users against this hypothesis. That's a way to evaluate. So you have to apply the rules in the design stage, then develop the product and with the interface, then launch the product. After launching, you have to do the UX audit, and this information you gathered from UX audit to be tested against these rules. Then you have to convince that this is properly followed, and you can release the final product after beta testing. Okay, so what are the takeaways? The great 10 rules for UI design. Visibility of system status. Second one is match between the system and the real world. Third is user control and freedom. Fourth is consistency and standards. Fifth is error prevention. Sixth is recognition rather than recall. Seventh is flexibility and efficiency of use. Eighth is aesthetic and minimalist design. Ninth is help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. 10th is help and documentation. So these rules you have to keep in mind, like a 10 commandments in Bible. So as a UI designer, you have to keep these 10 rules always in front of you while designing it. As a product designer, keep these rules in mind while testing the product and before releasing the product. And also, you have to keep these rules when you develop the next version of the product. Technology will be changing, so the interface may be changing, interaction methods will be changing, but you have to audit with these rules. Think about your translations in a message in UI or what is the type of sentence you are using. Maybe it's a graphical form or is in the text form with colors. So look to whatever components you have in your user interface. Audit them with these rules. Thank you so much. Again, I give credit to the great visionary Jacob Nielsen, who proposed these 10 great principles for interaction design. Also, you can scan this QR code if you want to talk to me about any of the stages: how to listen a user, how to plan a project, how to execute a project, how to deploy a project, and how to measure user experience. We will talk to you in UX and UI design perspectives. Okay, thank you again for your time. Questions? Of course, you can ask any questions. Thank you for coming back. Today we are talking about product UI and UX design, how we can sync between these designs. So, and we will be talking about what's the difference between these designs and how we can synchronize these. Product UI is user interface, then UX is user experience. So how these three things are connected in designing a product or services. I'm Thomas. This is my fourth video of this year. I hope you enjoyed the previous videos. And this also will be a knowledge sharing for you and your team. Okay. What is product design? It's a perfect merge of business, UX, and tech. So product design should contain the business strategies and which transform to the product strategies. Also, it should include UX, that is user experience, that is the voice of customer, and technology. So perfect merge of business, UX, and tech will give a good product design. So this is the way of making product and services for any company or any product. When you talk about these three factors, is the three milestones, three important factors of product design. That is business strategies, user, and technology. Whatever may be the technology, maybe you are talking about a traditional old technology, whatever it may be. So the technology matters. At the same time, user views matters and business strategies. What is the difference between product design and UX design? Product design is a business function. As I said earlier, product design is a business function. It's focusing on maximizing business values from a product or service. What is UX design? UX design actually a UI design based on user experience. That part we have to clearly understand. Actually, we can't design a user experience. That is, so many people say that I am designing user experience. That is not at all possible because user experience is happening in the mind of a user. How you can design it? You have no idea about what is the experience it creates in the user because it changes according to the situation, according to the time, according to the emotional factors, according to the cultural factors, according to the necessity. Lot of factors affecting the experience level of the user. Even though the user today says that that is good for me, tomorrow the same user for the same product he will claim that that is bad for me because it controls based on lot of external factors. So nobody can design a UX for a user. But actually what it means, UX design means a company is designing user interface based on user experience. That design is called UX design. Okay, of course, you may be asking any other way of designing UI. Yes, UI can be designed based without talking to consumer, just based on the your technology or your intuitions. Think about lot of products in ancient days is designed just based on quality and technology. No way talking about users, and there is no room for users voice. But in last 50 years, maybe specifically you can say the last 25 years, opinion, or even though you design a product without user's opinion, there's the second version you will be developing based on users' views, because otherwise you can't sell. So because user is ultimate person to use your product, so you have to consider user views. Without that you can't. So UX design means UI design based on UX. Okay, actually this is based on voice of user. UX is based on voice of the user. So UI designer must be patient about the user experience by talking users and get their feedback. That is one of the important thing. A UI designer who is based on UX should do. So he should, the UI designer should interact with the user. This is the main difference between product design and UX design. So you can understand these two terms. More specific, these three terms: product design. Product design is a business function, maximizing business value or transferring the values to the user. So it's a product design. UI is a user interface, which should be there in the product design. Otherwise, user can't interact. Then UX is user experience. UI design based on user experience. That's called UX design. These are the three main terms we have to keep in mind, and we should have clarity on these three things. Okay, what is product design? Product must, in simple terms, product must be valuable, usable, and feasible. This is the definition of product design. You can design any product or service. When I say product, that includes services also. You can design any product, maybe an automobile you are designing, maybe a FMCG product you are designing, or your service product like banking or insurance, what you are designing. It should be valuable to user. It should be usable to user. It should be feasible to user. In the perspective of user, that is important. You can claim that is valuable. Somebody can claim that it's usable, but these things to be measured in the perspective of user. Users should say that this is valuable, usable, and feasible. This is the definition given by a great management expert. I always take this explanation while doing the product design. So valuable, usable, and feasible. Actually, the product design includes UX. That is what I want to explain in this presentation. Product design is covering all these factors. When you say usable, when you say valuable and feasible, when you say usable, it includes UX. Otherwise, there is a negative feedback based on UX. So product design includes UX. That is, the first step is how we are to design a brand. I'm just giving the main three steps of designing the product, because this presentation is not for product design. This is talking about merging of UX and product designs. So create product concept is the first step. Second step is product design and action plans. So product design and action plan, that should be developed as a second step. Third step is seek experience from targeted audience. These are the three main steps of product design. The third step is always talking about the voice of user. So where the user experience plays a big role. Okay, these definition and steps leads to a user-centric design. Nowadays, all the companies are following user-centric design because user is the ultimate beneficiary, whatever product you are developing or whatever service you are providing. I think you can see and understand from my illustration. So product, it covers a lot of factors, lot of strategies, lot of features, and it's a product. From the product, how the product is interacting with the user. There's a UI is required in the product. That's user interface. Without a user interface, no product can interact with the user. So user interface should be there. That's a part of the product. I'm actually just saying that is user interface, but actually it's a part of the product. We can say that is a product features or core product, then there is an interface to interact. Then this interface is the main platform which is interacting with the user. From that UI, user is creating user experience, because the users don't know what is in the backend of the product. Actually, user is interacting to UI, user interface, which makes the user experience. So that's why UI designer is an important factor, or UI is an important factor to generate user experience. Then it comes to user's mind. That's why you can't design, or you can't analyze, or you can't inject anything to the user's mind, because the user is getting experience according to his own way. But the major role is how your UI interact with the user. Think about any product. This is not for a digital product. Think about any product. Digital product is very easy. Think about as app. You can see there is whatever you are seeing about the app is a user interface. You don't know what technology behind it, what database is using, or what language is using behind that. You don't know. You don't know whether that app is written on Python or Java or any other language, or it's using MongoDB or MySQL or Oracle or whatever it may be. You have no idea, but actually user is interacting with the user interface. Whatever you are seeing in the mobile app or in the web app, it's a user interface. So what experience that user interface is creating in the mind of the user, that depends on the design of user interface. A car is a product. Car contains a lot of engineering technology, lot of aerodynamics, lot of electrical technology, electrical parts, mechanical parts, lot of things you can think about car while designing it. So a lot of features it's having. Some features may not be used by a user at all, but actually there are a lot of features you incorporate in the car. But how user interact with the car? Using steering, clutch, brakes, dashboards. This is a user interface of the car. Otherwise, user is not interacting directly to engine. So that's not possible. User don't know what technology is used in that engine. User is not aware about it, and user is not interested to learn about it. He's just using brake or clutch or accelerator. That is a user interface connecting to engine. Like that AC, there is a from dashboard. It's having a user interface. It's connecting to the air conditioner, music system, whatever the features of the product you have in car, you provide a user interface if the user wants to control it. Otherwise, you are not providing. You won't provide any user interface. There are a lot of features like that in a car. You won't provide any user interface, but it will be operates inside the product without a user interface. So actually, user is interacting only with the user interface. This user interface generates a user experience while driving the car, while using the other features inside the car, which creates a user experience in the driver's mind, how this car works. That judges the quality of the car according to the perspective of the user. So this is the way these three factors affects product. Product is interacting with the user through user interface, and this interaction creates a user experience in user's mind. So in turn, company or the product has to create a good user experience in user's mind. Am I right? Otherwise, you can't sell the product or service. Whatever service or whatever product you are selling, the ultimate beneficiary is user. You have to create a good user experience in his mind, even though you can't measure or you can't experience or you can't feel the experience created inside users' mind. Only users can explain it. Sometimes they can't explain. So most of the users can't explain the O factor of the product because this is beyond their explanation sometimes. But still, you can take or take that output from their emotions, their expressions, or their actions. Okay, there are different ways to measure user experience. We had to use it, but actually, UX design means designing UI based on UX. That part you have to understand, and all the design should be user centric. Whatever may be, what product you are. Think about some companies who claim that they never talk to user. Of course, they may never talk to user. That I can understand. But I still ask whether you consider user views in your design table. You can't avoid user from your design table. You may not be talking to user, but you are learning from user. But because the communicative interaction, the face-to-face interaction is one method of learning user experience. There are a lot of other methods, even just observation, third-party reports. Think about a lot of things you can use in learning user experience, how user feels about the product. So just saying that I'm not interested to talk to user, that is not a claim like we are not considering user. They are not interacting with the user directly in the first hand, that I can understand, but you can't avoid user from your design table. I'm not mentioning the brand names. One of the global best companies in the world, they say that they won't talk to users, but they will consider experience. They design experience centers and collect all the information from the experience center and saying that they won't talk to user. I don't know what they are talking about. Actually, the one thing I can say that they are not interacting face to face to the user. They are not believing in that method of collecting user experience. Okay, fine. But you can't avoid users from your design table. Okay, so UI designer starts based on the product design. So actually UI designer can start only after product designer starts. So product is a total business scenario or total business function which contains a lot of strategies. Based on the product strategies, UI designer starts. So UI designer is looking to the user and the product designer. Here the UI designer is learning from the user and product designer and design UI. So UI designer can start only after product designer starts. So where to start? It's really interesting question. Where to start? As a UI designer, from where you have to start? The first step is conceive product from the product designer, because product designer consider a lot of factors like business factors, includes financial factors, strategies, product strategies, core company strategies, company's vision, social factors, targeted customers, lot of factors they talk about while doing their product design. So product design more or less considered technology as well as business strategies. So conceive the idea, the entire product idea from the product designer. That's the first step a UI designer has to do. What technology they are planning to use and what's their capabilities. Whether they can include new technologies what are the capabilities of the company, what are the strategies of the business, what are the strategies of that product, what is the strategies for the industry. So everything I had to learn from the product designer, because product designer is designed the product designer designed that product based on all these factors. Then come to the phase 2. Not only the company's strategies and product strategies, look other brands, how they solve this problem, or how they place their product in this market, and competitive products. That's how you look to other brands and competitive products. So there, of course, there are a lot of competitive products or substitute products. There are a lot of products which the user is using to end user is using to solve the situation, or to take the things happen. He may be using some other product, that's called substitution products or competitive products. You are not in that field, you are just developing that product. So look to the other brands and competitive products, including substitution products. Learn from these factors. Then phase 3, look to social media for stories and experience. Now the social media is one of the important area or important media to learn about users, because most of the people will share their experience in social media. So you can learn from that. Maybe that is their experience, maybe explained not for your purpose, but still you can learn based on their experience, their stories, their reactions. So go through the specific groups in different social media platforms about the same product or similar product, have the same objectives, same strategies. As look to social media for stories and experiences. What experience this product is generating in front of the user, in the minds of the user. Then phase 4 is analyze user needs and technology limits. This is one of the important areas the UI designer make mistakes. First, they have to learn from users. Analyze the user needs. This is one of the important factors. User interface should not design based on intuition. I know that 90% of the UI designers design the user interface based on their own intuition and their own idea. This is something like a poet is writing a poetry. This is just a hobby. But we are talking about this commercial scenario. This is not a hobby. This is a commercial aspect is there. So when a poet is making a poetry, or a story writer is writing a story, and a film director is directing a film, writing a story for the film, these having two different perspectives. Story writer is just writing the story for his hobby, may not have much business interest. So the may be a reader or may not be a reader, doesn't matter for the story writer because it's a hobby, he's enjoying that. But a film storyboard maker or story writer is making it for keeping the audience in his mind. So it's having a commercial aspect. So without the audience, how? What is the purpose of creating a film storyboard without a user, uh, without an audience or without a spectator for that film. So analyze user need, one of the important factor while designing UI. This is one of the biggest mistake most of the UI designers. UI designers, I'm just designing a UI user interface and you have to follow. Nobody will follow that. It will keep in the shelf. That's all. Because the product owner or a product designer won't follow your design if you just design it from your intuitions. That's your own creations. You have to consider business factors as well as user needs. Otherwise, your UI won't give any solution to the product designer. Then technology limits. Technology limits is one of the important things the UI designer should keep in mind, because company have a lot of technology limits. Companies have technology strategies. For example, Google will use only Google platform. Facebook will use only Facebook platform. Amazon will use only Amazon platform. Maybe internally they are learning it, but actually when come to the user side, they will use only these technologies. So they also have the technology limits. According to the strategies, they are not allowed to use other strategies, others products. UI designer should understand these limits. Whatever may be the company size, it's a global company, it's the biggest company, they can take anything to their design board, but they have some strategic limits. Smaller company may have limits based on the financial factors because they can't afford most of the technologies. So they have financial factors. So what's their technology strategies, technology limits that UI designer should understand. Based on that, you design the UI. Otherwise, the UI designer will design a lot of interfaces, lot of methods, but that's not practically possible by the developers. This is one of the important factors UI designer should consider. Of course, after considering all these factors, the technology limits, user needs, and product strategies, you should add your creativity to design. Otherwise, your design won't be unique. And that creativity makes the difference in front of the user. So you have to consider all these limits, all these factors, then add creativity to design. That is actually the measure of the capabilities of UI designer. Within that limits, how you create a unique design or how you add creativity to design. So these are the important phases you have to consider. After that, you have to design UI for targeted user. Again, I'm repeating, this is not a hobby, or this is not only for your satisfaction. You are in the commercial space, design UI for targeted users. Otherwise, company won't accept, or product designer won't accept your designs. User also won't accept your design. So design UI for targeted users. That is important. I'm just designing UI. Who is going to use it? I don't know. Are you designing for kids? Are you designing for elders? Are you designing for a particular country? Or are you designing for a group of people having a particular culture? UI designers should understand this. The same thing can be designed for these different targeted users. For example, I can design a banking app for teenagers. I can design a banking app for senior citizens. So this should have different UI, because whatever you are providing to, even just a font size, you think about what you are providing, the font size and colors you are providing to a teenager may not be a good option for a senior citizen. So you have to design UI for targeted users. That is one of the important things you have to keep in mind. UI designer should keep the user, the targeted user, at the center of the design board, then design. Okay, how to do these design? You start with wireframes. Considering all these factors, the first step is develop wireframes. You can use some softwares, any softwares. You can use even just a paint. You can develop the wireframes. That's a schematic drawing of the design. That's the first step. UI design is not complex. It's very simple. But UI designer should consider these factors. Otherwise, it is not syncing with the product design. That is the only problem I experienced in last 20, 25 years of research and design. Should consider user needs and business scenarios. Otherwise, it won't sync with the product design. So most of the UI designers write their own way, they design their own way. That is one of the biggest problem product designer is facing. So start with wireframe. Considering all these factors, start with wireframes. Then the second level is mockups. So you have to design or improve your wireframes to mockups, giving some look and feel, how this is going to happen, or the shape, size, colors. It is the mockups. Then again, you can use any software for these mockups. Then comes to UI design. So UI design is an interactive design where you can play with menus and options. It will be work like a software, but without any backend. So nothing is in the backend, but actually the interface is designed. So that's called UI design. So actually these are three steps. This is the main step. This is three main milestones of UI design. First is wireframe, second is mockup, and third is UI design. So in UI design, you can use any softwares like Figma or UiSat or Adobe XD. A lot of softwares are available. You can use any softwares. In wireframes and mockups, you can use any design softwares. And here there are in UI design, there are specific softwares designed for UI that you can use. So these are the three steps of UI design. Then how to measure UI design against user experience. That's one of the important factors any UI designer has to do. You can design a lot of things, but it should measure against user experience. How to measure that? Tell a story. Self-assessment using stories. That's a very interesting method to assess the UI design against UX. How to tell your own stories on your own design. So I'm just explaining different stories, themes here. You put a story theme in front of you. I, Thomas, I am from New York. How to automate social media using this application. That's just a story thing. I am filling that sentence. I, the targeted user, I am from that targeted location. How to, that is what is the purpose. So I, Thomas, I am from New York. How to automate social media using this application. So then you have to create that story. based on your UI design. So how you can do this actually a role play. So actually you can use you take the role of this user and answer or create a story on behalf of the user. That's very interesting. But you have to keep in mind that you are not a designer. You are taking the role of that user and generating the story. Like that, another story theme. I, Thomas, age 40, and how to automate social media using this application. So the age is a factor. This is another story theme. Like that, you can apply the story theme by considering different ages. I am a person having 17 years. I am a person is having 35 years. I am a person is having 60 years. So how to automate social media using this? So another story theme is I'm a user. I'm an engineer. How to automate social media. So the profession comes to display. So the stories are making based on age, profession, location, and the next one is usage. I am a daily user. I'm Thomas. I will use this application every day, 2 or 3 times in a day. Think about it. I'm a heavy user. I'm using this application 2 or 3 times in a day. How to automate my social media using this application? So this is another story theme. So another story theme is what benefits I will get if I use it for. For example, I'm Thomas. What benefits I will get if I use it for my social media automation? So this is a different way of creating the story themes and put these story themes in front of you and create stories. So what are the story themes? It's based on location, based on age, based on profession, based on usage, and based on benefit. So you can create a lot of other story themes also. These are the five main aspects you have to consider while telling the story or while analyzing. Because when you talk about a user, the user may be from a specific location, because location is one of the important variable or important factor in user experience. Age is an important factor of user experience. Profession, education, and profession or occupation is an important factor of user experience. And usage is a heavy user, a medium user, a light user. That's also gives different factors of user experience, because he's using a car every day for commuting, and another person is using the car, same brand of the car, only for the weekend travel. So that's one of the important variable for the user. User in a particular location or particular age, or user is using with that the time of heavy user or medium user, or looking for the benefits. So you find the actual user from society and interact with them. That's a UX research. The perspective in UX research, the perspective of designer and user, that matters. So actually, what you are testing in the UX research, you have a UI design and user having a concept or learning or knowledge about this requirement, about his requirement. So these are different perspectives. You are providing a solution in the UI designer's point of view. User is looking to your solution in the user's needs. So what are maybe the stage, wireframe or mockup or UI design? In wireframe, you can use wireframes in front of the user. Then, when you get this gap, when you feel that there is a gap, you have to redesign your user interface. The same method you adopted in the first step, you have to consider all these factors, the technology factors, user experience, and business strategies. Based on these factors, you have to redesign, because now you have a different view on user experience. You have a learning about the product, as you in the different phases I explained. You learned about the product. Now you have the visualized experience shared by the user through stories as well as the UX research. You have a gap between the UI design and actual user needs. So that's UX you have, and the technology factors you already have, whether these needs can be developed by the tech and business. So actually, product owner or product designer will consider these factors more deeply, you can design UI based on UX and submit to the product designer. So actually, you have to redesign your UI based on UX. Actually, you are in the center point. You have to consider UX and whether the consider technology limits and business strategies. That way, you can redesign your user interface. Then deliver it to the team. So delivery also important. You have to deliver to the team of developers, and you have to answer the questions from the UI developer. That is, developer means mainly a technology person who is coding or who is developing, the engineering person who is developing that user interface. They also get the clarity on that, and product owner will be there, product designer will be there. So they will be get more clarity, or they will understand your UI design. That is another mistake UI designers make. According to my experience, UI designer will design and just deliver it. This is my UI design. You have to do. No. If you are doing that, there are a lot of factors. The product designer, business owner, and the product developer will look into while developing this design, because there are a lot of technology factors going to affect, business factors you're going to affect. As I said earlier, these are the important factors that tech people and business people will look into. You are giving UI based on UX. So you are the starting point of the design after product strategy. So the product strategy is a complete business function. While the business function is set, the product strategy is set, the next step is coming to the UI designer. UI designer designs UI based on UX. Then UI designer transfer his knowledge and design to the development team. Better, you should be the part of the development team. UI designer should be the part of the development team and answer questions. So if there are some points which is not considered by you in the technical factors and business factors, still you can look into, and you can interact with the users, or from the answers given by the users, or you analyze using UX research, still you can change some factors of your UI, some parts of your UI design based on this technology and business strategies. So it's better UI designer should be a part of the development team. That is better. Don't deliver it like an outsider. Okay, I hope I explained almost all the factors about these three design levels: the product design, UI design, and UX design. Whatever I explained is based on our 20 years of experience in market research, more specifically in UX research. We are working for global brands in these years, and we are doing this research all over the world. So what are the takeaways? The first thing is conceive product from product designer. The first step you have to do, you have to understand the product based on business function. Based on the business strategy, you have to understand that. Don't start your design without understanding the product strategies from product designer or product owner. So because they are the person who is going to develop, and they are the financial beneficiaries of your design. So they are your client. So you have to understand the product from product designer. Second step is analyze user needs and technology. So this is your area. Analyze your needs and technology limits. Especially analyze user experiences by putting the visual aids or visualization triggers as well as experience shared in social media or different phases I already explained. Using that, you analyze user needs and technology limits. Then third is the important step every UI designer. You give the creativity, add the creativity to your design. Don't just design just based on UI users needs. Users needs is only one factor. Your product maybe consider 100% users needs, but you have to give something extra. So your UI design contains, so the entire UI design contains 100% user needs. Still, it comes to 80% of your design. The balance 20% that gives creativity, that add creativity. Because one important thing you have to keep in mind by great visionaries, and that is a fact, user can't give a solution. User can explain their problems, their requirements, but user can't suggest solution. Don't explain just the solution explained by the user to be design table, because user can't give the solution. This is one of the main conclusion I have in last 20 years of research. User can't give the solution. User can explain their problems, their requirements. Look, one, two major companies in the world, the visionaries, I can name that visionaries, Steve Jobs and Henry Ford. They said, user can't solve a business problem, or user can't solve a problem in the society. User can explain the problem. They can explain the requirements. You have to solve the problem. A business should solve the user's problem. So user can just explain, and they can criticize it, but user won't give the solutions. Don't look into the solution to the user, and learn from the user about their requirements and problems. So their needs and problems, but don't transfer the user solutions suggested. Maybe most of the users are smart enough to suggest a lot of solutions, but don't transfer the same solution to the design table without applying your creativity and your knowledge to that. So add creativity to your design and knowledge to your design. Design UI for the targeted users. As I said earlier, a user-centric approach is a must. This is not a poetry. This is not a story for your enjoyment. Design UI by keeping in mind that this is a targeted user who's going to use your UI. Maybe an illiterate woman from a village is going to use your application. So targeted users is important. In each stage, it's a wireframe, then mockup, and UI design. These are three steps I already explained. So this is not a very complex thing. Just do the wireframe and mockup. And most of the people ask me, what is UI design? What is UX? Actually, everybody can do the UI and UI design and UI based on UX. If you have some visualizing capabilities, that is required. So you have some visualizing capabilities, you dream it, you visualize it, then you can use the design. But you have to consider users factors. That's a targeted users needs, business factors, and technology limits. This is the area the UI designer make mistakes. There are a lot of creative people, but they say that they will create something, but it may not be matching, may not be in synchronized with the technology the company is using, the business strategies companies having, the user needs. So these three factors the UI designer should consider in mind, then design it. You will be a perfect designer by keeping the targeted user in mind. So wireframes, mockups, and UI design. These are very simple steps. Softwares are very simple. Then the next stage is measure your most of How to measure? You can do your self-assessment and UX research. These are the two methods. You can design a lot of methods. You have a lot of methodologies in UI, UX design. Sorry, UX research. There are a lot of methodologies you can apply. Also, there are self-assessment methods. They can internal assessment, external assessments, whatever you apply according to your financial capabilities and your project design. You can do different type of measure, but you should measure the design against the targeted users needs. Otherwise, the business owner or product owner will be in trouble, because after the design, after releasing the product, it may not be matching with the user needs. And technology is before that is also, before releasing that also, your design may not be matching with the technology available with the company. So these are the problems. So you have to do the self-assessment as well as UX research. Then incorporate changes and deliver UI design to the product designer. So why learn from the user, design the UI based on user experience, measure your design, and make the changes if there is a gap, then submit to the product designer. This is the task of a UI designer. So I'm talking about all these steps based on UX. That is, UI designers should talk to users and get their experience. So UI designer should be based on user experience. And UI designers should start from wireframes, then mockups and UI design, and test the UI design and analyze the gap and redesign if there is a gap, then submit to product designer. These are the main takeaways. Okay, do you have any questions? I hope I explained it very clearly, where each steps I explained. So do you have any questions? You can put it in the comments, or later on, so you can put in the comments. I will answer all your questions. What are the qualities of UI designer? For how to measure? Oh, really good. So how to measure a UI designer? There's an HR activity actually, but you have to keep in mind whether the person is having a creativity. That sells, because you are doing the UI design for a business function, and business function means it's a commercial space. It should sell. That means it's valuable, usable, and feasible. So usable, you can very easily assess. Feasible is a financial aspect. That also is valuable, means that value generates from the creativity side of the UI designer. That's what I notice in my experience. That value creates in the user's mind is directly connected to the creativity of your user interface. User maybe imagine something, okay, then user feels that okay, that is available there. Tomorrow also, not only he may not be notice it today, but tomorrow after some time he notice, okay, that feature is available there. So that way you have to create the values. Value should be generated in user. So creativity is a one factor you have to assess when you talk to a UI designer. Second is patience to understand the technology needs, business needs, and user needs. I'm not engaging a user UI designer to do a UI as a hobby, because so many times I am saying this word because most of the UI designers making this mistake, they feel that they will just design from their own ideas and others has to follow. I talk to when a UI designer submit a design, I will ask specific questions. Who is going to use this design? what way they will go use this design, why they have to use this product, where they are going to use this product, and when they are going to use this product. Immediately the UI designer get irritated. You have to use my design. That this design is great. No, because we are developing a business or developing a commercial product based on your design. You are supposed to answer. You are forced to answer, or you are liable to answer these questions. So UI designer, be patient to answer business questions, and your UI design should synchronize with technology and business strategies of the company, along with user experience, especially when the user experience is more clear when you go for the second version. With the first version, the product is not in the market. That creates a what we call creates a visual space and visual triggers. There are creates a triggers and visual space to explain the experience by the user. But think about the version 2. The product is already there in the market. The user can easily explain their experience. Even though you haven't done the basic testing in the first version of your product, that's a very risky factor. Still release your first version, then get the experience very fast, and immediately you have to release a second version. That method most of the people will adopt, but it's a little bit risky. But when the first design it's completely failure, you have to completely redesign the product. But at that time, it will be affect your brand loyalty and brand value. That one of the problem. So better you release the product without the brand, without the brand name. So that's masking the brand name, then release the product, then get the experience. That method also you can use for testing. That mask method of product testing, white label testing, because that makes brand safe. Otherwise, if there's a big failure in your product, immediately user will look into that product, who designed that product, from which company is coming. They won't look into the UI designer. They will look into the brand name, which company is releasing that product. Sometimes it may be an ultimate failure. Then it will affect your brand value. So white label your brand and test your first version. That don't expect income from the first version. That is just for testing. Your first version itself is a beta version. So you can just put it in front of the targeted user and test it. Then immediately release the version 2. The version 2 is your commercial product. That way. So why it is happening? Because the UI designer is not learning properly from from the targeted user. So that way you can move forward. So UI designer should learn from user experience, technology limits, and business strategy. So he should have patience. So creativity and patience to hear their client or the stakeholders. That is one of the drawbacks I notice with a lot of UI designers. They are just design it and submit the design, even though they are not interested to interact with the development team. I know the design, I designed it. You can use. So how some methods the UI designer propose can't be achieved by the technology. So if you design a flying car now, only few companies which is having that technical capabilities can achieve that level. Otherwise, how a small company can think about flying cars? So that type of designs, it's a waste of time. So look into these aspects of these character specific aspects of the UI designer. The UI designer should be patient to learn the product from the user needs, product designer, and technology limits, then you should have creativity. These are the two important aspects. Qualification side is better go for arts-based people, not the engineering-based people, because engineers more into the analytical capabilities. It's very difficult for them to create something, because when an engineer creates something, the factors I notice is when a design created by an engineer, it will be having a symmetry. It will be having a pattern, because engineer's mind is always analytical mind and mathematical mind. Engineers' creativity is based on technology, but UI designers' creativity is based on user needs, so emotional factors, experience factors, mind associations, psychological factors. These are the factors the UI designer should consider while doing the creativity side. Otherwise, when an engineer designs this, it's always like, look, a symmetric design, technically perfect. That's I am accepting that. That's technically great, but the experience which is generated in front of the user, maybe what I can say, that is more or less designed. It's not having much emotional touch. So UI designer is better not to have the science-based background. It's better to have arts-based background. That is better. They should have creativity and they should have artistic capabilities and arts-based qualifications. Okay, you can ask more questions in the comments. I will answer later. Thank you for watching my presentation. And think about, we talk all these matters based on innovation journey. Ideation, concept, look and feel, prototyping, minimum viable product evaluation, then feedback. So during the ideation or concept, look and feel. So look and feel is the main steps where the UI designer starts. Ideation and concept is mainly for the product owner, product designer. Then starting with the look and feel, the wireframes, mockups, and UI design. That gives a look and feel of the product which is going to develop in the innovation journey. So whether it is a closed innovation journey or open innovation journey, so closed innovation journey is internal, based on internal factors, and open innovation journey, you are talking to the targeted users. So look and feel in the open innovation journey, the look and feel to be presented in front of the user and get the experience in the visual world, from the visual world or the real world. The UI designer collect the user experience and incorporate that experience in his design and make the look and feel perfect. Then transfer to the development team for developing the prototype. So the look and feel starts from the concept, then wireframes, then mockups, then UI design. So UI design is an input for the prototyping. Okay, that's the stage you have to apply UI design. Thank you for your time again. If you like my presentation, you can share to your team and you can refer it anytime. Especially my presentation is around 1 hour long, so you can put it in Hi everyone, welcome to my today's presentation, a brilliant way to analyze consumer's choice. When you talk about consumer's choice, every purchase is made based on consumer's choice. Every purchase decision is having a trade-off. So when there is a choice, there's a trade-off. How to analyze this choice and how to influence this consumer's choice. This is I'm going to speak today. It's a brilliant way to analyze consumer's choice. When the choices are made by consumers, that's the first question we have to analyze. For this, we can go through the consumer journeys, purchase journeys. So, consumer purchase starts from awareness, then move to knowledge. So in awareness, consumer is creating or taking awareness or getting awareness about different products and brands. Then consumer is learning about each brand and product. Then the consumer like different brands or product based on its features. Then consumer wants to take a preference what he want to purchase. Then consumer will be rethink or analyze again whether the decision made by the consumer is correct or not. Then purchase. This is a typical consumer journey proposed by Lavin and Steiner model. So when we look into this journey, when the choice are made by consumers, you can look into the awareness, knowledge, liking. These are the knowledge gaining stages. But in preference, of course, the consumer want to prefer one product or brand against others. The trade-off is happening in the preference stage. So this is a stage we want to analyze how the choices are made, how we can influence the choices, and on what basis consumer take decisions, or how on what basis consumer select a particular brand and product and reject a brand and product. So that is the topic of today's discussion. Conjoint analysis is the prominent method implemented or we have to follow to analyze choices. What is conjoint analysis? Conjoint analysis is a survey based statistical technique used in UX research that helps to determine how people value different attributes of an individual product or service. The objective of content analysis in consumer purchase journey is to determine what combinations is most influential on consumer choice or trade-off and decision making. So conjoint analysis is a statistical method proposed for analyzing the choices and trade-off. How to use conjoint analysis in a consumer journey? Because the consumer journey, the choice is happening in a consumer journey on the time of preferences. A controlled set of product or services are shown to consumers, and by analyzing how they made choices among these product and services, that is a method adopted by conjoint analysis. The implicit value of the individual product or service can be determined. So in conjoint analysis, a set of products, services are shown to consumers. That is can be a controlled set of services and products. Sorry. That can be a controlled set of consumers choices that can be shown in front of the consumer to analyze and pick by the consumer. So consumer will look into these choices and do the trade-off. This can be used in the preference level. For doing this conjoint analysis, will be ranking between the products which shown in front of the consumer. In the real purchase also, that's the same thing. Think about it. When a consumer went to a shop, he can see different brands or different product of same use. The consumer will rank it or rate it or select one and reject others. So there's a three methods: ranking, rating, and choice based. But in the real practice or real purchase, consumers won't rank, won't rate. It's a choice is the most prominent thing. Very rarely consumer will rank and rate. They will do, but actually very rarely compared to the choice-based conjoint. So we can concentrate more on choice-based conjoint because it's more near to the real life experiment, real life purchase. So our experiment should be more near to the real life experiment, real life purchase. Then identify the relevant attributes of products slash services for display. This is next step. Be relevant to decision making. So near to as much as possible to the real decision making process. Be clearly defined and communicatable. So the choices to be clearly defined consist of at least two levels, because you can make choices 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like that, but at least two choices to be there. Otherwise, consumer can't select one and reject other. So these are the basic steps to organize conjoint analysis study. Then important rules we had to follow. The number of products in comparison to be restricted. With large number of products, the task of consumers become too large. So ideally 12 to 15 choice are right. Think about when a consumer entered to a shop, he won't compare the entire products in the shop. There may be 50 brands or 60 brands of the same product. Think about a toothpaste. Think about a wash soap. There are huge number of brands are available in a store, but consumer won't look into that. Maybe he'll look into the 5 or 6 products, or maybe at least three brands and products, then take the choice. These three brands maybe depends on the consumer's knowledge or the visual effect of the consumer in that store, because when the consumer sees this particular brand, it will pick. Most of the FMCGs are based on this visual effect, but in durables or other products, automobiles, etc., they may have the knowledge of the product, and still there is a list of product to select and others to be rejected. So 15 to 12 to 15 choice are ideal. If you go more than 15, that's very complex and consumer won't look into that. Avoid rating or ranking. As I said earlier, rating and ranking consumer rarely do. So we had to avoid that, and did not link directly to behavior theory, because at that selection process or the choice, consumer is mainly looking into just select based on choice and reject based on some factors. Consumer choice among alternatives that rather than ranking or rating them. So use choice. So choice based conjoint is the best and near to the real purchase journey. These are the two important rules we had to follow while designing a conjoint analysis. And how to analyze the data. The actual estimation procedure will depend on the design of the task and profile of the consumer. So we have to select different profiles of consumers. Think about in a store, what type of consumers coming to that store. Depending on the real consumer cross sections, we have to select the consumers to do this analysis, to participate in the study. And the measurement scale used indicate preference or interval scale. Mainly we use discrete choices. Otherwise, you can use interval scale or ranking scales. For estimate the preference level using rating based full profile task. So when we look into the full profiles of the products, the linear regression may be appropriate. Linear regression is one of the methods in statistics. For choice-based tasks, the maximum likelihood estimation, because there are a huge number of choices, but again we are selecting from the group and again presenting in front of the consumer. So the choice-based task. Maximum likelihood estimation, usually with logistic regression. This is another method in statistics. So depending on the type. So if you have a huge number of brands and products, better go for selecting some brands for the display from the big group of brands, then analyze using logistic regression. Other methods are Bayesian estimators and hierarchical Bayesian procedures are also used in advanced analysis. These are the analysis method, basically depending on the statistical uh, procedures. Because this conjoint analysis is a statistical method. Another, again, it's a part of conjoint analysis. Another method is called turf analysis. What it is? Total unduplicated reach and frequency. I can explain this with an example. If a company plans to market a new yogurt, they may consider launching 15 possible flavors. So, any product like yogurts or ice cream, there are a lot of flavors. But in reality, only 3 might be purchased in large quantities. You can fix that 3 to 4 or 5. That's not a problem. So, they think that only 3 might be purchased in large quantities. The is this total number of consumers who will purchase at least one stock keeping unit. So, which stock keeping units, which size or which quantity will move fast or will move more or will sell more than the other quantities. That is the way we have to analyze. So for this, the turf analysis, what is the difference between turf analysis and the previous analysis, what I mentioned? In turf analysis, there is no duplication is allowed in the portfolios. Portfolios means the combination you are showing in front of the consumer at a time. So 3 products at a time or 4 products at a time. So in turf analysis, that combination, every time when you use the combination, that set of combinations are unique. But in the regular analysis, the normal analysis, in conjoint analysis, that may duplicate. You can take a biased decision. So one product can be shown every time and other can be replaced, or one combination have more weightage, like that you can arrange. But in tough analysis, do not duplicate these portfolios or do not show these portfolios more than one time in front of the consumer. That's the difference between tough analysis and uh, regular way of doing conjoint analysis. Isn't it? You can select this type of analysis based on the study design. You can see an example of tough analysis in that the 15 choices. So unique in a day. These choices are unique in a day. You can see there are 15 choices, A to O. Then unique in a day. Take Sunday, A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay. The in this design, the experimenter is showing 3 options at a time to select that A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, like that. There are 5 portfolios shown on one day, which covers all 15 choices. The consumer has to select one from A, B, or C, one from D, E, F. So the 15 choices are unique in that day. Again, on next day, come with another portfolio, but look into these portfolios. These portfolios as portfolios includes all 15 choices, but the portfolios are unique. Then Tuesday come with another portfolios. Like that, for the 7 days, you can see 35 portfolios are shown in front of the consumer, 5 in a day and 35 in a week. The every choice is unique in a day. So every day we are the experimenter is showing the same choices but different portfolios. Unique layout for a week. This is the way to conduct our analysis. So this is the example for turf analysis. How to show these choices, that depends. So it's a unique, unduplicated way of showing portfolios. In the regular method of conjoint analysis, you can duplicate it, even though whenever you duplicate a portfolio, that have more weightage. So A, B, C will be showing every day. Then you can analyze, you can add other options. That's also possible, but that is not unique. So that's unduplicated or unique portfolios to be shown in tough analysis. Then what's the base of this? That's very interesting. When you look into this type of analysis we are using today, what is the historical development of these analysis? For this tough analysis and including the conjoint analysis, it have the history to 1850. There's a great statistician, the Kirkman, proposed a problem, Kirkman's schoolgirl problem. It's called Kirkman's schoolgirl problem. It's a problem of in combinatorics. Combinatorics. So look into that word. Combinatorics is the method we are using in the conjoint analysis, proposed by Reverend Thomas Pennington Kirkman in 1850 in the Ladies and Gentlemen's Diary. It was a book. He stated this problem. The problem says 15 young ladies in a school walk out 3 abreast for 7 days in succession. It is required to arrange them daily so that no two shall walk twice abreast. So this is the problem he stated in his book in 1850. So the same thing you can see here. So think that these are 15 ladies. They are walking together. So A, B, C working together, then D, E, F working together, G, H, I working together, like that for 7 days. So when you look into the A next, the A walking to along with D and G. Then the next A working with the E and G. So think about E. Look into E. E is working with I and J in the next day. So that's unique in 7 days. That's a problem. Kirkman's school girl problem, which I explained in 1850. So the combinatorics, this type of analysis starts in so early, and we are using it now in our UX research, but still it's having a historical path to learn. Okay, what are the advantages of conjoint analysis? Conjoint analysis estimates psychological trade-off because mainly the choice are based on the psychological or emotional attachment of the consumer. So psychological trade-off that consumers makes when evaluating several attributes together can measure preferences, uncover real or hidden drivers which may not be apparent in response. So they may not think about these features before seeing these products. So that also we can understand from these type of choices. Then mimics realistic choice or shopping. I think about when it's a shop, how you are going to display the selection of brands or selection of products. We can mimic the same thing in this test. Able to use physical products, that's another advantage. You can use online or digital products. At the same time, you can use physical products. If appropriately designed, can model interactions between choices. May be used to develop need-based segmentation. That's advanced levels and need-based segmentation. And when we apply models that recognize consumer heterogeneity of tastes. Then what are the disadvantages? Designing conjoint studies can be complex because of how many options you have, how many products you have, how many brands you have, this everything counts. So it's a little bit complex. How to, which one is A, which one is B, which one is C, then you have to arrange according to unique or non-unique way. It's little bit complex to design. When facing too many products and features, product profiles, respondents often won't look into that. They will take a shortcut and take the decision. So that is one of the disadvantages. Difficult to use for product positioning research because there is no procedures for converting perceptions about actual features to perceptions. So this is very difficult to product positioning or more analysis, because mainly we are talking about choice. We are not interested to go further analysis on each features and things. We can ask questions on why the person selected that, but again, it's limited because you have to complete all 35 or all 15 options or 5 options in a day according to the design. So when you ask these type of things in detail, that will be a problem. So after conjoint analysis, you'll be getting a result. Then that result will be used for depth interviews. That's the best method. Consumers are unable to articulate attitudes towards them. Sometimes consumer can't explain, but they will select. Why they select, they can't explain. I selected that, I don't know, but I selected that at that moment. That is one of the things normally happen to a consumer. Poorly designed studies may overrate emotionally. So the design should be perfect. Otherwise, there are a lot of bias will come in. These are the disadvantages. Okay, I will explain the conjoint analysis in a detailed way, or I will show a case study so it will get a clarity on conjoint analysis, how we can execute a conjoint analysis in the real experiment or in the UX research connected to preferences. So these are the attributes selected for conjoint analysis for by study. So what are the attributes? We selected mileage, brand, price, model, variant, color. These are 6 attributes we selected for the conjoint analysis by study. Then it analyzed between the 10 consumers, and it gives the results like mileage, so 25%, near to 25%, then brand again near to 25%, price, model. These are the selection of individual attributes by the consumers. Then you can talk about share of preferences. So which one they prefer among 6? Mileage, brand, price, model, variant, color. So you can see the results. This comes to the portfolios. So what are the portfolios? We are all the 6 will be arranged. We are going to show 3 at a time. It's brand, mileage, price, or model, brand, mileage, price, model. So when you look into 3 options at a time from 6, you will get 30 combinations. So if you are a statistician, you can easily calculate based on n factorial divided by r factorial into n minus r factorial. That's a formula for that. So you'll ended up in 6 combinations of 3 attributes. These 3 combinations will be shown in front of the consumer. So you have to show 6 attributes, and how many combinations we have to show? 20 combinations. So think that even though with just 6 attributes, we will be reaching 20 combinations. This is the complexity of research. The consumer has to select from 20 combinations. So, but at a time, we will be showing only 3. Then after selecting the preference, you can see the right side, what is the preference. Oh, select this is a calculation based on algorithm. As I said earlier, we had to calculate based on linear regression. So this is a calculation based on that. So it's a graphical representation of these difference between two combinations. You can see the first combination, brand mileage preference. The 246 is the attribute number. Then you can see this, the same value is represented in graph. So the next portfolio, that means next combination, the next portfolio, you can see this is the same thing what I shown earlier in a graph format. So this is a continuation of that. This is continuation of that. So all the 20 is shown in a graph. Then how do we analyze the simple scenarios? So you can say global brands, premium model, domestic brand, premium model, global brand. We are taking different conjoint share of preferences. So it's a 30.9 like that. It will be giving the share of preference from the regressions. Then utility summary, domestic brand and global brand. This is the way to analyze the output. So the softwares are available. At the same time, we can use the softwares based on the linear regression and logistic regressions are available. So we can use this based on the statistical principles. Then premium model, regular model. So what's the result? The brand is more prominent. The important summary is brand is more prominent than other features. Then model is second. You can look into other features, even the mileage and everything comes later. So brand awareness or brand royalty, brand loyalty is more important than any other factors while you sell a buy. That is important summary. Even though they select after these 20 selections, we can reach these type of conclusions. This is the way the studies happen. So in the preference level, you can show these 20 combinations in front of the consumer, and consumer will select one by one. That is just selection is enough. The rest the software will do. But how to arrange that combination, that is important. And what are the applications of conjoint analysis? Other applications, these I already explained with the case study, but look into the applications, that real application, the business scenarios. The showroom displays is one of the important applications. How you are going to display the product in your showroom? Think about it. Say, apparel manufacturer or the textile based or multi boutique, multi-brand shop. So you can show different displays in front. That's a mannequins you can display. So how to arrange that mannequins? This is one of the important applications. Well, think about a automobile dealer. It's a car dealer. Which three models of the cars to be displayed today? And how to change this display tomorrow? And how to change to the another display tomorrow? Whether you have a bias of selling, so that means we had to sell one brand or one model fast than other, you can take a bias decisions to display. At the same time, if you think that all models we have a more weightage, in that way you can arrange the equal arrangements. Or sometimes you feel that one model is having very less sales compared to other models, so you can push that sales. These are the different strategies you can make based on the conjoint analysis. So showroom display is one of the important, very important applications of conjoint analysis in the day-to-day business scenarios. So not only the UX research, you can connect the conjoint analysis to the daily activities of a showroom. In a showroom, try different displays, ABC or ADG or AMN, the different type of portfolios you can try. And at the same time, you have to collect the data and analyze which portfolio, when you show which portfolio people inquiry is deviating or people inquiries towards a particular model. We have to regularly analyze the situation from a show. That's one of the important applications, not only in research side. Think about the daily business decisions. Which brand to be kept near to the other brand, or which model to be kept near to the other one, near to the model 2, near to the model 3. So which one is to be changed? If you have a 15 models or 10 models, think about how you can change the models. Always you have to show 3 models at a time or 4 models at a time. Don't put all the 10 models in front of the consumer at a time. Nobody will look into that. So you can put 3 models or 4 models at a time. But which 4 models today? Which 4 models tomorrow? These things you can decide and continuously monitor this display and optimize this display. That is one of the biggest advantage in the daily showroom requirements. So that's we can say that it's a showroom displays can be rearranged according to this conjoint analysis. Next is merchandising. You can see how a consumer is selecting a product from other products already displayed. So not only in the front room or mannequins or the display, when you look into the store side where you are displaying different products, how consumer is going to select a particular product when you show all the products together. That's what you are seeing in this video. So merchandising side. So which are the two or these are 4 models? Which are the 4 models you have to display together or nearby? People won't put the same product nearby, so that's not. So you have to mix models or mix brands. So how to mix brands or mix products while you arrange the store or arrange the shelf? This is also another approach. It's almost same similar to the uh, showroom displays. The inner side of the store you can arrange. So it's a huge application for content analysis in a store. If you are managing the dealerships, if you have chain stores, also the same thing can be applied in the online. Think about the e-commerce site. You can't display all the models at a time in the screen. So you can better you display 3 or 4 models at a time in the screen and change it. So that can be uh, arranged and analyzed using conjoint analysis. And this triads, this is how you are testing your advertisements. So triads is one of the important way to analyze which A, B, or C. That's the same thing, but it's an advertisement preference and which advertisement will move fast. This advertising agencies are mainly using this method. It's called triads. So then you come to the last section. What are the takeaways? The main takeaways are define objectives clearly and avoid complex decision making choices. This is one of the important things you have to keep in mind while designing content analysis. Make it realistic as possible, so near to the real consumer journeys. Then choice based conjoint analysis is better than rating or ranking based conjoint analysis, because people make purchase based on choices, not based on ranking or rating, as I explained earlier. Limit choices to 15 to 15 or 12 to 15, because people want look into more options. It's very difficult, even though you are showing 3 or 4 options at a time, still you limit the choices to 12 to 15. Measure preferences at an individual level than to segments of society. So first you actually in this analysis, one of the important thing is you are analyzing it individual level. Then you can calculate based on the segment of the society. So you have to select the consumer who is going to participate in the study vigilantly or more after a clear screening or getting clarity on whether that consumer represents a cross section of the society. That way you have to select. Estimate psychological trade-offs that consumer make while purchase journeys. These are the main takeaways. So the important thing is limit the choice, select the consumer in a proper screening, then use choice-based conjoint and put it more realistic and avoid complexity. Okay, I'm done. Any questions? So you can put any questions in the comment box here.
To develop the applications. That takes a long time to develop. The second part is service agility. Now, if you look at new use cases, an example, you go to a stadium to watch a football game. And while watching that game, you want some personalized experience because you're participating in a fantasy game or you want to focus on a particular player, right? You want your personalized content to be delivered in real time. Those kind of use cases cannot be enabled today using traditional architecture. You put in a request and the traditional system integrator provides that service in 3 to 6 months. Now with ORAN-based approach, you get service agility because you can just enable a new application that knows how to do that. You can use slicing and other capabilities. So that's a big change in my opinion.
You're watching Mobile World Live, and today we're talking 5G with Philippe Poggianti from Qualcomm. Philippe, great to see you.
Great to see you, Justin.
Now, of course, 5G has been commercially deployed by more than 200 operators worldwide. Philippe, what are the use cases that you're seeing emerging from 5G independently of the frequency bands being used?
Yeah, with more than 750 million phones to ship in 2022, 5G is becoming mainstream. 5G has the potential, together with edge computing and AI, to bring new use cases to all connected devices at the edge of the network, what we call the connected intelligent edge. GSMA has launched the 5G Transformation Hub to provide real-life examples of such use cases. It is a trusted source of examples of the transformative impact of 5G in multiple industries, including renewable energy, manufacturing, smart cities, construction, transportation, etc. My favorite example is related to the impact 5G can have on climate change. A utility company manages a private network to process real-time data from the weather to optimize wind turbine direction and maximize energy production, and to inspect wind blade and turbine conditions with 5G connected drones for operations and maintenance. How cool is that?
Very cool. Now, let's zoom in, if we can, on 5G in high frequency bands called 5G millimeter wave. Can you describe the current status of adoption around the world for 5G millimeter wave, Philippe? Is there big momentum around this technology?
There is a great momentum around 5G millimeter wave. Following the US and Japan, operators have launched it in Italy, Australia, Singapore, and other countries, for both smartphones and fixed wireless access use cases. 2022 is the year of key decisions for 5G millimeter wave. Key decisions for operators to allocate abundant spectrum in millimeter wave bands. Key decisions for operators to launch 5G millimeter wave in complement to 5G midband to offer the best possible quality of experience to their subscribers. We also witness a vibrant ecosystem of devices, being smartphones, home CPEs, laptops, etc. More than 140 models from more than 50 companies are being launched. Analyst estimates indicate a yearly growth of 60% of millimeter wave smartphone shipment this year and next, reaching 20% penetration of total 5G smartphone shipments in 2023. And this is just the start.
And millimeter wave has super high throughput, but there is somewhat limited coverage from the technology as well, Philippe. What are some of the use cases which will benefit from 5G millimeter wave? And also, how's an operator going to make money from this?
By using both 5G millimeter wave and midband, operators can offer the multi-gigabit speeds and the massive capacity required in what is a video-first world. We have observed that symmetrical and uplink-driven use cases have increased much faster during the pandemic. With 5G midband-only networks, subscribers will soon be limited in their ability to work, socialize, and have fun. At homes and in high-density locations, such as everyday transit hubs, outdoor hot zones, entertainment venues, operators should deploy 5G millimeter wave to offer the best possible quality of experience to their subscribers in a cost-effective way. By rolling out 5G millimeter wave in these everyday locations, a study from Bell Labs Consulting shows that operators can increase by up to 8% their annual revenue, while saving up to 75% of their costs by doing so.
Finally, Philippe, it's that time of year when we're all buzzing for MWC Barcelona. What should we expect at MWC this year regarding 5G millimeter wave and 5G use cases?
Yeah, indeed. GSMA has recently launched the 5G millimeter wave accelerator initiative. It is a very important signal that major operators from around the world, as well as global vendors, have chosen to be founding members of this initiative. And to that extent, GSMA is organizing at Mobile World Congress the first millimeter wave summit with a great lineup of speakers. Mark your calendars on Wednesday at 10 a.m. The 5G millimeter wave summit will demonstrate examples from the GSMA 5G Transformation Hub. For example, Verizon will show how to create greater user experiences using Stadium mobile app, like multi-camera high-quality views, touchless concession purchases, AR, VR, you name it. And also, the Korean Ministry of Science and ICT will talk about using 5G millimeter wave in Seoul subway to dramatically improve subscriber experience. I can't wait to attend this event, and I hope to see you there.
Yeah, thank you, Philippe. We look forward to the event. It's been good to get an update on progress in the rollout of 5G millimeter wave networks and also how operators can make the most of the opportunity. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Visit AWS Village in the upper walkway of the Fira South entrance. Interact with AWS experts, explore demos, and discover partner solutions. See you there.
We are Kyndryl. We design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology systems that the world depends on every day. Working with our customers, we imagine things differently. By forging new strategic partnerships, we unlock new possibilities, creating a world powered by healthy digital systems alive with opportunity, oxygen to innovation, and energy to change the world. We are Kyndryl. and we are the heart of progress.
Barcelona welcomes talent. Barcelona International Welcome Desk is a personalized service for international talent and their families who come to Barcelona to invest, study, research, work, or develop highly innovative and job-creating projects with a positive socioeconomic impact on the local area. Barcelona International Welcome Desk offers information and personalized advice on practical issues for living in the Barcelona area, such as permits, documentation, pets, housing, education, taxation, and mobility. It can also handle some of the bureaucratic procedures that are required when moving to Barcelona to start working there or set up a business. Book an appointment at barcelona.cat/welcome desk to be assisted either in person at the Media TIC building or online. Welcome, talent.
Oh.
Welcome to the Day 2 highlights from MWC Barcelona 2022, where attention turns to technologies touted as the building blocks for a future virtual world, alongside a look at sustainability efforts and major statements from Huawei and the FCC. The first keynote brought together players from across industries set to be key in the much-hyped metaverse. While Amazon Web Services and Amdocs discussed helping operators in delivery, others enthused about their visions for this virtual world, an element central to bringing it into the mainstream use.
Belief is what will drive true engagement. No matter if it's a film or a metaverse sporting event, it's incredibly exciting where we're going from here. The key point is that there's a intersection of three major events that is happening to create the 2D to 3D conversion.
Our vision is a world where technology fades to the background and experiences come to the forefront. We can push the boundaries of our creativity and also collaborate, play, learn, and dream.
Following on from bullish statements made by Huawei's consumer executives at its weekend launch event, the vendor's rotating chairman Gao Ping used his keynote to passionately state the company intends to press on with its global ambitions despite its well-documented problems.
Some ask, will Huawei retreat from the international market? Our answer continues to be no. We are committed to helping customers who choose us to achieve the greatest business success. We will continue our globalization strategy in standards, in talent, in supply chain, and more. We will continue to be an active participant in global events.
During the second keynote session, operators in the US were put on alert as the FCC announced plans for its next major spectrum auction.
Now for the big reveal. I'm excited to announce today that the United States will hold another mid-band spectrum auction. This July, we'll kick off our auction of the 2.5 gigahertz band. This is the single largest swath of contiguous mid-band spectrum we have below 3 gigahertz. And the airwaves available in this auction are going to help extend 5G service beyond our most populous cities.
Elsewhere, the show floor was buzzing with new technologies as exhibitors of all sizes showcased cutting-edge consumer, enterprise, and network innovations set to shape the connected future. Back to the keynotes, and sustainability was the main theme of the final session of the day, which featured Nokia Chief Pekka Lundmark, GSMA Director General Mats Granryd, and campaigner Paul Polman, discussing the ways large corporations can aid net zero efforts. That's all from day 2. Michael will be here with the day 3 highlights tomorrow. Before we go, here's a message from our sponsors Amazon Web Services, who are hosting events all week here in the upper walkway of the south entrance.
At AWS, we're reinventing communications together, and we want you to be a part of the experience at the AWS Village. See how we're enabling CSPs to transform and offer an unlimited range of new services, delivering on the promise of 5G and beyond. Interact with AWS experts, explore demos and partner solutions, and engage with 20 executive-level theater sessions. Join us in the upper walkway of the south entrance at the Fira Barcelona. See you there.
Where will you gain unparalleled access to the latest mobile industry data, best practices, and decision makers? Hello, we're the GSMA. We're a member-led organization supporting the global mobile industry to unlock the full power of connectivity so that people, industry, and society thrive. Join as a member and build relationships within the mobile industry. Engineer the future of mobile technology. Participate in industry-leading events. Unlock key intelligence. And collaborate with trusted experts. Participate in global decision-making. For over 30 years, GSMA working groups have driven the evolution of the mobile industry and continue to do so with each new generation of technology and service through 8 permanent working groups, 105 task forces and subgroups, benefiting your organization, transforming the mobile industry. So whatever your business priority and whatever your industry, make the connections that count, including over 15,000 member contacts. And accelerate positive change for your business and the industry through the most influential connectivity community. As of 2021, 100 million lives have been impacted globally through our Mobile for Development work. We believe this is just the start. Become a GSMA member. Participate in working groups. Make a difference in your business, industry, and society.
What is all this about?
Shall we take a look?
Good.
I'm so excited!
The GSMA, in cooperation with 3GPP, has created the Network Equipment Security Assurance Scheme to enhance security levels across the mobile industry. By participating in this scheme, network equipment vendors can demonstrate their ability to meet rigorous security requirements that are globally applicable. With NASAS, equipment vendors' ability to build secure products is assessed and products are security evaluated. Both in combination deliver NASAS's security assurance. Security assessments of product development and lifecycle processes are conducted by world-class security auditing companies, ensuring the highest possible standards. Evaluations of network equipment products are conducted by accredited security test laboratories, making the security posture of network equipment transparent to equipment vendors' customers. The requirements are unified and reflect the security needs of governments, regulators, and network operators, and can streamline the procurement process by reducing the need to retest the security of common network elements. By highlighting the ability of network equipment vendors to achieve and maintain security levels, undertaking security assessments, and performing equipment testing of network equipment products, the GSMA is fostering a security by design culture across the industry, driving security gains and increasing transparency for customers. To find out more, please visit gsma.com/NESAS.
I'm joined on Mobile World Live by Pardeep Kohli, who is the President and CEO of Mavenir. Pardeep, good to see you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Now, Mavenir has a vision of one network, any cloud, all software. What exactly does that mean, Pardeep?
Well, we all use these handsets, and we have seen that you can actually use the same handset, whether it's 2G network, 3G network, 4G network, and 5G network. And all software which runs on this somehow works in all these different networks. What Mavenir is doing is taking all that software, whether it's for the 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and make it run on any cloud infrastructure. So that way you can run it in your private cloud, or if you have Google Cloud or Amazon or Azure or any of the other different cloud varieties. So we pretty much think of us as the way Apple can make all the software run on the phone, independent of the technology we use. Same thing what we do is Mavenir makes all the network software run on any of the cloud environment.
And you've been something of a trailblazer for open and interoperable networks. Where is the market today?
Well, it depends on the application. It has progressed quite a bit. We started in 2005, and even to do a voice call, you had to build proprietary hardware. We were the first company which actually showed that you can do, messaging, voice calling, just as a software running on a general purpose hardware. And of course, over time, it has evolved where you can do packet core. And now, over the last 5-6 years, we have been working on the Open RAN technologies, where we have proven that even the radio access layer can be done as a software running on a general purpose computing, which could be in a private networking or in any public network. So it is making good progress in the core. I would say, 90% of the carriers will believe that it can be done in a virtualized environment. And Open RAN, we just recently did a survey, and in the article today, you will read that over 75% of the operators definitely believe that they will go in that direction in very near future. And I personally believe that 6G will definitely be all about Open RAN. It's only a matter of, between now and then, how many people adopt it.
Of course, behind all of this, there's lots of talk about how AI and analytics is going to help shape the market. How is AI and analytics going to push 5G software in the future?
5G is not, if you look at previous technologies, 2G, 3G, 4G, they're all about communication among humans, right? We use the phones to talk to each other, and that's mainly the humans talking to each other. 5G has many more use cases where you can take the 5G technology, apply it to healthcare industry or robotics or manufacturing. And as a type of devices also change quite a bit. So it's quite impossible for having a network which can deal with these diverse use cases and humans running it. So it has to come to a point where actually you're more automated, you're making the decisions based on the type of network, type of devices using it. And that's where the AI/ML comes in, where the software kind of manages itself rather than humans managing the software.
Now, how are we going to see networks evolve then, Pardeep? Tell us a little bit about the role that Mavenir is going to play in this in the coming years.
So we are, as we discussed earlier, we're all about having open interfaces and making software run on a general purpose, open silicon computing. So the bar of innovation has to come down. So if you look at, if you have to launch this particular application, if I have to build a proprietary silicon and then I have to build proprietary hardware and then do a software on it to run an application, the cost of doing a particular application goes quite high. Versus if you can make more and more network run as a software only on a general purpose computing, which is available on a very large scale in the public cloud environment, then the cost of doing innovation in the network comes down significantly. So this is one of the things actually, because of the COVID or even before, the transition had already started of moving all the applications onto cloud. And as you know, cloud is global. It's across all industries. So the telecom operators should take advantage of, benefits which this transformation provides and lower the cost of innovating in the network. And that's how we see, that's what Mavenir comes in. We're making the network run as a software so that it makes it easier to bring more applications on top of the networks.
Pardeep, thank you very much for coming into the studio, sharing your insights. We wish you a great MWC 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy. Thanks.
Visit AWS Village in the upper walkway of the Fira South entrance. Interact with AWS experts, explore demos, and discover partner solutions. See you there.
The world's largest and most influential connectivity event is back. But before you take part, find out more about our entry requirements. We call it Check-in to Get In. It's mandatory for everyone and helps us maintain a safe environment. There's no physical registration this year, so the first step is to register online. Simply upload your ID and take a selfie. Looking good. Next, automatically validate it with Breeze, our fast-track online facial recognition technology. Breeze also gives you touchless access to the venue. Or you can opt for the standard ID check, which is done manually. Now you can download the MWC 2022 app. You need this at all times. Make sure you upload your health certificate to the online registration system or the MWC 2022 app before you travel. This can be proof of vaccination, a valid certificate of recovery, or a negative test that's valid for the day of test plus up to 2 additional days, either a PCR or rapid antigen test. The app is also your digital badge for touchless entry to the venue and lets you access great features from scheduling to networking. And don't forget, each day you'll need to complete a health declaration on the app, which activates your digital badge for that day. Perfect. Now you're done with registration. Here are a few tips. Use hand sanitizers frequently. Wear a FFP2 mask without valve and bearing the CE mark at all times. And keep your distance. And remember, if you do need a test, our medical partner, Kiron Prevention, can help you find a convenient location. Now you're ready for business. Whether you're flying into sunny Barcelona or joining us virtually, we can't wait to welcome you back to MWC 2022, the place where business gets done safely.
We are Kyndryl. We design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology systems that the world depends on every day. Working with our customers, we imagine things differently. By forging new strategic partnerships, we unlock new possibilities, creating a world powered by healthy digital systems, alive with opportunity, oxygen to innovation, and energy to change the world. We are Kyndryl, and we are the heart of progress.
Oh.
Hello and welcome to the studio, where there is certainly a buzz in the air, as the next half hour could prove to be a defining moment for one of our three companies that we have with us here today. Yes, it is the grand final of Pitch to Pitch. Now, we hope you've been following all the excitement of the heats over the past 3 days, but if you've missed it, this is what has been happening. So each day, we've brought together 4 different companies to do pitched battle against each other with their own self-recorded 30-second promo pitches. And our panel of judges have picked their favourite from each day. And then the 3 heat winners are now waiting outside the studio to take part in today's grand final. Now, they're each going to be invited into the studio one by one, where they'll face questions about their pitch from our panel of judges, all for the chance to be crowned MWC 22 Pitch to Pitch champion. So I think we need to meet our judges, the ones that have the unenviable task of choosing a winner. So joining me in the studio now, we have, first of all, Leo Gebbe sitting there. Leo, hi, thanks very much for joining us, Principal Analyst, Connected Devices at CCS Insight. And then sitting there next to Leo, we have Julie Sally, Senior Analyst at the GSM-AI. It's lovely to have you in the studio, Julie. Welcome. And then finally sitting here next to me, Justin Springham, Managing Editor of Mobile World Live, our head judge.
An honour.
I should hope so.
And this is a highlight of the week. We've been doing this every day.
It's going to be fantastic to get them in. And,
absolutely. Looking forward to giving them a grilling.
A grilling, right. So Justin's going to give them a grilling. Leo, what are you looking for?
I think I'm really looking to get a sense of, the passion for these projects, really understand what's driving each of these companies to really take their mission forwards.
See, that's a really interesting point, because we've actually, over the pitches, we heard more about the companies. You want to hear more about the person?
Absolutely.
Okay. Julie, what about you?
I want to hear more about their future, where they see their companies going, not just where they are right now, but where they see themselves in the next 5 or 10 years as well.
So again, about the person rather than the company. But are you looking for, I don't know, like use cases or real world experience? Or
use cases and real world experiences as well. I just really want to see what the actual successes would be that they imagine and how they plan to take it there.
How about you, Justin?
Well, having seen the pitches, obviously, and being involved in that, I've got some unanswered questions that I have for them. So I will be posing those based on the information that we've already seen and taking it a step further.
Oh, you're seeing you've got your tablet balanced on your knee. You've got your questions ready. Oh, fantastic. I'm really looking forward to this. Now, before we meet the finalists one-on-one, we've had some amazing entries. I mean, absolutely fantastic. And I don't know whether you sort of looked back at some of them and thought, do you know what, I just want to give one of them maybe a special mention. So a highly commended?
We do have a highly commended. And to the point you made, we had a great number of entries. This is the second year that we've done this, Sasha. And it was really encouraging and great to see so many companies wanting to be involved in Pitch to Pitch. But yes, we do have a highly commended.
Before you say who it is, why did you go for them?
Well, I actually personally chose them on Monday, and I was overruled. The irony is, despite being head judge, the other 2 judges picked one of our contestants.
I do remember that there was not a happy look on your face. Yes.
So, even though I was head judge, didn't mean for anything. But this was a gadget actually, and it was, if I remember rightly, one of the few gadgets we've had as part of the process, and I chose it. Partly for personal reasons, as somebody that gets stung a lot by insects and mosquitoes anywhere in the world. I can be in my garden in the middle of spring and I'll still get stung by mosquitoes. This claims to be able to remedy the problem, remove the bites. It is a very cool gadget. It's by a company called Heat-It. From the name, you can tell that it obviously heats up the bite to about, I think it's 54, 55 degrees. And they have made progress. It is a product that they've started shipping in Germany.
Amazing.
So it's out there. Yes. So
should we take a look?
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's take a look at the pitch, the highly commended one that Justin has.
To treat insect bites in seconds. It's always with you on your keychain.
And when you have an itchy mosquito bite, you just hold it onto your skin and you'll be thrilled how quick the medically proven principle works. You don't need nasty chemicals, it's just temperature. The 4.6 stars on our Amazon and over 150,000 units sold prove how customers love our patented product. We're looking to expand outside of Germany and are now looking for great sales partners.
So that was Heat It. Justin's highly commended. All the pitches we received were excellent. And we would really like to thank everyone who took the time and submitted and took part. But of course, there can only be one winner at MWC 22. So what we're going to do now is remind ourselves of our Heat winning pitches. So we had Cision, Nuran, Wireless and Facilis.
40% of the world still has little to no access to internet. Most of these areas cannot be reached with just fiber or radio frequency. But even if they can, that means permits, expensive licenses, and a long and bureaucratic process. Cision has developed a free space optics modular platform that currently transmits 10 gigabits per second over 5 kilometers. And we will be able to transmit even further, 100 gigabits per second over 10 kilometers, just the near future. This will allow us to connect, finally, the suburban and rural areas of developed and underdeveloped countries. By improving telecom infrastructure, we believe that we give people more equal access to education and information. Cision enabling connectivity.
Nuran Wireless is a wholesale network operator. We build infrastructure and team up with the mobile network operator across Africa, Latin America, and Asia Pacific, with one goal is to bridge the digital divide. We connect the unconnected. Thus far, we have secured 2,500 telecom sites to be built in the next 3 years. And those sites will be covering over 13 million people, and we continue to grow.
Hi, my name is Anais. At Facilis, we offer a white label meeting software suite for telecom service providers. We allow price-sensitive countries to use world-class, award-winning communication tools. Thanks to a very, very low-cost deployment, our partners can generate revenues by adding a very small upcharge on their audio service for unlimited video conferencing. Low cost, in-country deployment, secure, and white label. That's our offering. Thank you.
So we are now outside the studio and I have our three contenders here. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Are you excited?
Yes, super. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, right, let's go quickly whiz along the line. What would this mean to you to win Pitch to Pitch?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. And I think, just being at this event, Mobile World Congress, it's fantastic. The number of companies, people I've met already. But being nominated finalist, it's we are super proud and it's great.
All right, good luck, Lewis. Let's move on to Francis. What would this mean to you?
It's fantastic, as he said, super exciting. It's fun to have some recognition, to see that the pitch went well and everybody's happy. So we'll try to pitch it better and to see this coming to fruition.
Okay, and as you're very excited and happy as well. Brilliant.
I am so excited just to be part of the finalists. It's fantastic. So. Very proud to be here today, and being at Mobile World Congress is a must. Amazing. Thank you.
Now, we're going to send each of you into the studio separately. Do you expect to get tough questions, easy questions?
Of course.
Yeah, have you got your answers prepared?
Yes.
Have you all got notes, or are you going in without notes?
Full of notes.
Yeah. I'm really impressed. You're going to do this without any bits of paper. Okay. Let's bring in now Luis.
Yes.
Luis Oliveira, the CEO and co-founder of Cision.
Yes.
Are you ready to face the judges?
I'm ready. Let's face the judges.
Okay, all right. Luis, off you go. Make your way into the studio. Good luck, Luis. So the company founded in 2019, they developed next generation wireless devices based on laser technology that can deliver more data over greater distances to connect people in remote and rural areas.
Luis, good to see you. Welcome to our Dragon's Den.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is really nice. Yeah, really nice to be here.
So we're going to ask 4 questions.
Yep.
I'll start off with Leo. I should actually point out that your pitch was 52 seconds. So we may have to deduct a brownie point for that one.
I need to get it short. Yes.
So first off, I'm going to let Leo kick off the questions. First of 4 questions. Leo,
brilliant.
What have you got for Luis?
Well, I mean, congratulations on making the final, and I found it, a really impressive pitch. So thank you for that. I think ultimately the key question for me is you talk about the fact that obviously this technology has more throughput potential, lower energy consumption, so many benefits. Why aren't other people already doing it?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And I think there were companies also in the past 20 years, 30 years ago trying to get free space optics out of the ground and actually commercialize products. But the main question is a question of timing. And there was not such a demand for data, for connectivity as the one we have today. Mm-hmm. And let me tell you, fiber optics is fantastic. If we could connect all the world with fiber optics today, for sure everybody would do it. But that's just not possible. It's taking too much time to connect the world. And that's where we see this is the right time for free space optics at the right bandwidths, super high bandwidths, and very long distances.
Okay. Leo, thank you for your question. Julie, your question for Luis, please.
Right, Luis, this is one of the most interesting pictures I've seen. But my main question would be, when we are looking at remote and areas that are underserved, rural areas, where do you see there being an issue necessarily where there in the regulatory space there's a big focus on getting those services out there? Do you see there may be an issue in terms of maintaining the quality of service and how you monitor that and the demands that may come from regulators or operators as well?
That's also a very, very good question. And as you mentioned, we are definitely focused in rural areas and areas that really need to pump up their access to connectivity. What we do is we basically, from the core from the city centers, they have already connection to fiber optics, for example. Through free space optics, we can help expand those networks. So our whole case is about expanding, reaching new areas, new places, by allowing people in suburban areas, rural areas to actually have, the privilege, I believe, that we all have here today in this panel. I'm not sure if that answers.
Yes, that was a good question.
Thank you.
That's Julie's question. I have a question for you, Luis. What happens in extreme weather conditions? Mm-hmm. Because free space optics, we get fog, we get snow. How do you overcome those issues?
Yes, that's, I would say, always the question, the first question that we get. And I would say, why should we focus, let's say, in the problems of a certain technology and not on the benefits? Because free space optics has the potential to even transmit, and by the way, we just announced also today a press release in a collaboration with quite a significant company in integrated photonics, where it will help us to reach even further, not only 10 gigabits per second, but 100 gigabits per second and even further. And I think that's the main potential of free space optics, is to transmit very high speeds, long distances, and it works at most of the time. So even in radio, and we are hearing that more and more, even from the telecom operators, radio is facing and starting to facing challenges by using the higher frequencies. So in weather conditions, our system works 99% of the time. So and that's good enough for the communities and that we are serving. So
okay, 99%. Yep. Right. Would Leo or Julie like to ask a final question?
It's yours if you'd
Julie,
like to,
did
Julie.
you have one?
I don't have another question.
Leo, do you have a question?
I think the final one for me is, as you sort of develop this and you move along this journey, how do you see ultimately what is success? What does that look like? At what point will you be happy with the vision?
So it's a part of our mission, and that's why we started this company, because there are still 40% of people in the world that don't have access to a high speed or even no connectivity, no internet at all. Mm-hmm. And that's what touches. It's we need to find solutions that can be deployed today, not in decades from now, but today. And so that we can actually close the gap between I would say the privileged ones and the ones that don't have that privilege. And I'm really touched by many entrepreneurs in the past and with the power of telecommunications and telecommunication industry. Connecting people helps to close the gap between developed and underdeveloped.
So success is when it's down to zero.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. We'll only stop when it's zero.
Luis, thank you very much. You survived the dragons. Could you ask our next victim, contestant to come in? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. It was a real pleasure to be here. Yes?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done, Luis.
Survived.
How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels great. It feels great. I mean, we had tough questions, but I mean, when we have a strong mission in the company, I think everything else can be solved. These are, the best questions I could ever have.
I can see you're really buzzing from this, aren't you?
Yes.
So anything that you didn't expect to be asked?
No. I think the questions are, good questions always, all the time. And when we have breakthrough technology, there are always questions and challenges.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to let you calm down. You find your way over that way. I'm now going to go to our next lucky contestant, Francis. Are you ready?
Almost.
Almost.
Fingers crossed.
Almost.
No, I'm always ready. Always ready.
Look how buzzing Luis is.
Yes, now he's smiling, so he looks happy.
Right, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Very best of luck. Okay, time to go and face the judges.
Thank you.
So we have here Francis from Nuran, a specialist telecommunications company aiming to meet the growing demand for wireless network coverage in remote countries and regions.
Francis, good to see you. Welcome to the studio. That's what, take the microphone.
Thank you.
Good to see you. How are you feeling? Nervous, excited?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. Being here, you have to feel great. You sleep. You go to sleep at 1 p.m. at 1 a.m.
I was going to say, you
wake
sleep?
up at 6. No, exactly. It's not a good place to sleep. Right?
Well, maybe you'll be partying tonight, hey? And celebrate. Maybe you'll be celebrating.
It depends on the result
exactly.
of today's show, right? Yeah.
Francis, thanks for joining us. As you know, we're going to ask you 4 questions.
Yes.
I'll come to Judy first, if I may, and then we'll go to Leo, and then I'll have a question for you. So, Judy, you have a question for Francis?
Yes. Hi, Francis. Nice to meet you. So Nuran sounds like it's made some amazing strides so far. Now, I want to ask, when it comes to the, when it comes to your products, when you are partnering with operators, what have been the main challenges that you've had? And also, how do you foresee your company addressing that in the future? And what does the future of your company look like? So where do you see Nuran in the next 5 years?
So we come from the equipment world. So the first challenge, we overcame this a while back. So we've developed a product that overcome the challenge of Africa, which is power, satellite communication. So we have developed a product that overcome those features. We made the switch 20 months ago to become a network as a service company. So to completely change from operating equipment only, because the operator were not investing in the rural space in Africa. So we have decided to finance, and it happens during another show called AfricaCom. I would have liked to meet the CTIO of Orange MEA at this point, but I went to the show and I said, what if we finance? So talking about the challenge, it's financing. And the type of group that finances company like us to go and deploy in remote areas in Africa are DFIs, development financial institution, big groups. We've been announcing 24 million US commitment from the DFIs recently, and we continue. It will be a challenge, but moving forward, there's thousands and thousands of towers to build in Africa. This is going to be a big challenge. Operation is also a challenge. We could talk for an hour. I'll stop here, but it's we're developing in tough conditions, so we need to have strong support from the locals, from a set of partner contractors and everything. So everything is going to be a challenge, but the future of the company is bright. We tap into the SDGs, so we're changing people's lives. This is what is the most rewarding aspect of what we do, I would say.
Thank you, Francis. Question number one. Question number two, Leo.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm particularly interested as you grow and address challenges in Africa. Obviously, that's a certain kind of solution which scales in a particular region. But as you look to the future, do you intend to then branch to other regions? And with that, how do you look at the potential complexity as you move through different geographies? Because obviously, different regions have very, very different conditions which are going to affect the way the technology works.
We feel that today. So we are operating in Cameroon and DRC, and it's two completely different environments. Cameroon is way more advanced. Just to give you an example, I put my mask on here, sorry. So in Cameroon, with just turning on the sites, it took seconds, and we had a lot of MZs connected to our network. Whereas in DRC, it's a different story. You need to build, you need to promote, you need to bring the service, you need to sell your telephone or give it away. So this has been a challenge. So every single country would have its own challenge. We focus on Africa today because there's a lot of demand. There's 300 million people that deserves communication there. But Latin America is soon to come. Asia Pacific, we're pretty active there too. We have deployed network in Marshall Island. There's worse place in life to deploy. It's like the Fijis. It's beautiful, but we deployed a tower in 43 different islands, and so there will be challenge everywhere, like I was saying. But the growth for us is probably continue on the remote sectors and probably come back to the suburban areas and more closer to the. And the other thing, we will be generating a local economy. Generating this local economy, the population will grow, and there will be more to do. So we might see some future benefits in there too.
Okay, thank you.
We have two more questions for you, Francis. I'm going to have to ask you to keep your answers brief, if that's okay.
It's tough.
I know you have a lot to say.
You're getting me to a place you don't want to go. Okay.
My question, if I'm an operator, why wouldn't I just go to Ericsson, Nokia, or Huawei to supply this equipment? Why would I come to Neuran?
Our technology has been developed for the rural, and it's really planned for this. If you look at Huawei, Ericsson, Nokia, or ZTE, for example, it's not well adapted for rural because power is an issue. You need to run on solar energy, so it's an issue. Our small base station consumes 14 watts. So this is one thing. Second thing is also the size. Our base station is about this big, so we need to keep a really low footprint to deploy in those areas. So that's mainly it, and cost, and have the ability to finance. Some of those big guys have showed their availability to finance. But this untapped market needed solution like ours. And I think we did the one step further to bring everything together: tower, power, civil works, engineering, and everything. Sorry, you asked me to keep it short. It never works. It never works. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. One final brief question.
Yes. If you've got a quick one.
Judy, do you have a question?
Yes. Do you see potential in partnering with the ZTEs and the Ericssons in your space? Now that you've done the work, you've made that footwork, you financed it, do you think you'd be open to collaborations or partnerships?
You have a good point. Actually, we are in discussion with Nokia for the rural Cameroon. They have backhauling solution that we could use. Most of our installation are done via satellite though. And now we want to test the 3G, 4G with Nokia backhauling solution. So yes, there are partnering potentials with those gentlemen.
Francis, you've given us a lot of food for thought. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for your time.
If you can drop the microphone, we'll bring in the next contestant. Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much, Sasha. Francis is heading out now.
Francis, so how is that for you?
Works well. Works well. Really good question.
Excellent.
So they made their homework. Really good question. I'm happy with that.
Brilliant. Excellent. Let me go and bring you back with your other contenders, and I'm going to ask our
third hopeful. Ais, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All set? It's always awful going last, isn't it?
Well, someone has to do it.
Absolutely. Off you go.
Great,
Very
thank
best
you.
of luck. This is Ais Nero, the CEO of Facilis. They offer MyBuys, a white label meeting software that provides video conferencing, screen sharing, instant messaging, and audio services.
Thank you, Sasha. Ais, nice to meet you. How are you?
Nice to meet you. I'm well. I'm excited to be here. Thank you for choosing us as finalists.
Great stuff. Welcome to the studio. So we have 4 questions for you. I'm going to ask Leo to ask the first question, if I may, Leo.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on reaching the final.
Thank you.
Question from me is, let's say I'm someone who I'm looking for a place to hold my meetings, and I search online, and I find the solutions we've all used in the pandemic at a really big scale. What is it about you that cuts through? Where is your differentiation, and how am I going to find you amongst the rest of the solutions out there?
So I think there's a few differences, but I would say that the main one is we provide the technology, not the service. So if we talk about competitors, well, we partner up with leading audio providers, and we deploy on-premise our solution so that they can offer it as an add-on service to their existing business offering. So this is an opportunity for them to democratize the video conferencing solutions in emerging countries such as continental Africa and Latin America. We provide it at a very low cost, so that makes it pretty compelling for them.
Okay. Thank you, Ais. Julie, question for Ais.
Yes. So I noticed that Facilis has separate products. Is there any potential in the near future to package them all together to provide like a full service? So bundling the instant messaging, audio and video conferencing and screen sharing into, something more like similar to what the other companies currently offer, so most of your competitors?
Yes, that's a very good question. So we have a full feature product, yes, but we can separate the features and then integrate it into other business applications. So that's why we distinguish ourselves with that. So let's say a company has a business application, B2B application, and that they want the screen sharing part. Well, we can offer it, and so it becomes like a tool in their suite. So that's the differentiation, but of course we can integrate all of them and then offer it as a service.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the third question, if I may, Ais. Your pitch, you promised a very, very local deployment. What do you mean by that?
Low-cost deployment.
Oh, low-cost.
Yes.
Low-cost deployment.
Very low cost. We target price-sensitive countries. So,
okay. So on that now, why you've obviously focused on developing markets? Why developing markets and not? Why have you singled out developing markets as a business model for you?
That's a good question. So in countries where they pay an employee, they pay for their annual salary like €1,000 a year, it doesn't make sense to pay like €150 a year for its collaboration tools. So Microsoft Teams, they are well deployed in Europe and America, but us, we target price-sensitive countries where these tools are not well deployed.
Thank you, Ais. One more question, Leo?
Yeah, so one final one from me. You've spoken about the fact that the addressable market here is in emerging regions and emerging geographies. Your competitors have been telling us about the difficulties in connecting people in some of these regions. How do you look at that when it's obviously difficult to get people connected and get them online, but what you're trying to provide is an online service?
Yes, well, we optimize for low bandwidth. That's one of the features that we do the best. So in countries, let's say in Africa, in some places, it's 2 mobile phones per person. It has to be working on 2G, 3G, and that's what we do.
Okay.
Ais, that is the end of our 4 questions. Thank you very much for joining us. We've got a decision to make now.
Tough one, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Thank you so much. So we're very, very excited to be part of the finalists. Thanks to 3 of you.
Thank you very much, Ais. Thank you very much. So the judges will now have a debate, and Ais is just ready to join Sasha for a quick catch-up, find out how that went.
So well done. Congratulations.
It was
Brilliant.
very
You
nice.
got through it.
The judges are super friendly, and it
Fantastic.
was very good opportunity. Thank you.
Good. Well, look, let's get the 3 of you together. All right. Well done. Now, this is the tense bit now while the judges make their decision.
It's no longer in our head.
No. So just relax. The next time I come out, I'll have the name of the winner. All right. Okay, I'm going to make my way back inside. We'll see you shortly.
Difficult decision to make. It is a big moment. You ready for this?
I think so. The heart's pounding. I hate how they're feeling out there.
Right, what was that like? Because I was out with the contestants. I've got no idea.
Ah.
I think they did well.
Yeah.
Were you impressed?
Absolutely. It really felt as though what really shone through was the commitment, the drive, the excitement across the board, and that was really good to see.
That's what you also really wanted to see, the human side of things as well.
Absolutely.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We got the vision as well. We got literally what they're looking at, where they want to go, and yeah, very, very great.
We did. We got detailed answers to every question.
All 3 of you look really happy, by the way. You're just like,
We enjoyed
the
it.
future is safe.
We enjoyed the power.
Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with Leo and then come along the line. And I just want you to just give me an idea first before you tell me who it is. So why did you go for the person that you have?
For me, I think the pitch that I've heard today is something that's very well thought through. I think it's solving a very particular problem. It's thought very carefully about how to deal with the situation the technology will find itself in and deliver change in a really meaningful way. So for me, the pitch that I will be voting for
Hang
is...
on.
Oh, sorry. We need more build-up than that. That's okay.
So Leo?
The pitch that I will be voting for is Facilis.
Okay, so that's 1 for Facilis.
Right.
Go on then, Julie. What were you thinking?
So I think from what we heard, there was a very targeted solution to a long-term issue. There were this particular finalist gave a actual long-term solution to something that I'm trying not to give it away, to something that very many people have been trying to solve for a long time.
Okay.
And trying to choose my words really carefully. When it comes to the financial side of things, it seems to be very well thought through. And I see this particular finalist going quite far with their service.
Okay, so who have you gone for?
Oh, sorry, Aircision.
Aircision. Amazing, right. Gosh, so far, 1 vote for Facilis, 1 vote for Aircision. Now, you can go for one of those.
This is going to get interesting.
Go for the 3rd one. And as head judge, your vote would then overrule. So before you tell us, give us what you thought of your winner.
My winner is serving a huge addressable market, and also gave concrete examples of companies they are working with and progress and success, and addressing an issue that has remained for the last few years in the industry, and there are many people who will benefit from this potential.
Right. Yes. You see now, I'm actually taking notes so that I can go and tell whoever the winner is going to be. So, would you like to tell me who your winner is. It may well be one of Julie or Leo's, or you may have gone for your own one. And if so, you then have the option to overrule if you like. So who would you have gone for?
My own personal decision?
Your own personal decision, and then you can decide whether you want to overrule them as well.
My own personal decision is Nuran Wireless.
Yeah. They were neck and neck for me.
Were they?
Yes.
Okay. So are you going to overrule?
I'm very sorry, but Julie's just said that it was neck and neck for her as well.
If you did overrule, I would support your decision.
I'm going to, as my head judge.
Are you happy with that as well?
I'll support that. I thought
Okay.
all of the finalists were excellent submissions, so I can happily get on board with that.
So to be absolutely sure, we're going for Nuran and we're going for Francis. Right. Is he going to be happy?
I think he's
might be.
Right, I'm going to put this on and then I'm going out to tell them. Right. See you later.
Thank you, Sasha. It was close, but I think we chose the right winner.
No, I think I agree.
A very close decision.
When I was talking about it, I was just like, oh, which one? But yeah, it's definitely those
Here we
two
are
on my
outside the studio. Let's have the 3 finalists in a row. Now, I'm going to give you a few comments of what the judges said. So these are general comments about everybody. The ideas were well thought through, that there was one that delivered change in a very meaningful way. A long-term solution was another comment. Concrete examples, they all thought you were all brilliant. And it was a very, very close decision. I have to say the judges were split and they had to have an extra conflab, but they did come to a final decision. Are you ready? Yes. All the suspense. So the winner of Pitch to Pitch 2022, the judges said this was going to serve a huge market. The contestant gave concrete examples of progress and success on something that many will benefit with. Well done to Nuran.
Merci. Thank you.
The President and CEO, Francis Letourneau, well done.
Thank you. So the rest of the interview will be in French because the winner deserves something. Merci.
What does it mean to you?
Hi, it's great. It's great. As I said, just being here, like they said, is fantastic. It means to us a recognition in what we do.
Okay.
We do it as a business, but we do it for the mission that we are all investigated in. So that's
Well,
it.
look, well done. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Many, many congratulations. And I'm going to come and have a look at your stand, if that's all right with you. Brilliant.
It's right in hall 7. I'll be
Fantastic.
waiting for you. Thanks.
Great. Now, it just leaves me, they're all having such fun now. Just leaves me to thank all the contestants, thank all the judges and everybody who submitted a proposal. Why not consider doing one for next year? So Pitch to Pitch returns for 2023.
at Barcelona's international economic hub. 1 million square meters for the city's economy. More than 60,000 new jobs. More than 8,000 homes. More economic activity, more employment, more housing, more public facilities, more green spaces, more opportunities, more community, more Barcelona. 22 at Barcelona City Council.
all this about?
Shall we take a look?
Good.
I'm so excited!
Open your eyes. Pay attention, please. We have enough with 10 reasons to convince you. 10 reasons to bring you to Barcelona. The countdown begins. 10. Barcelona is unique. A modern and inclusive city. A diverse and dynamic economy. A metropolitan region open to the Mediterranean. 9. A city with a project. The Barcelona Green Deal. An ambitious agenda that sets new social, economic and urban horizons. 8. A European gateway to the world, with an international airport, a port, a trade fair, and a free trade and logistical activities platform within a 5 kilometers radius. 7. A competitive and diversified economic engine, a region at the forefront of the digital revolution. 6. A magnet for startups and scale-ups, host of outstanding world events, a technological capital that acts as a bridge between startups and large corporations. 5. A pole that creates and attracts talent, with a powerful network of public universities, research centers, and the best business schools in Europe. 4. A city that inspires, that facilitates the best conditions for creative minds in the creative industries, in culture, in technology, in sport, and in business. 3. A solid and mature research ecosystem, consolidated as one of the scientific capitals of Europe. 2. A mixed and compact urban model. A vibrant, sustainable and cohesive city with quality public spaces. 1. A city for a lifetime project, the place to combine professional and personal growth every day under the Mediterranean sun. And now, yes, welcome to the city of your life, a city with a global ambition and a human scale. Let us be your best ally in Barcelona.
Joining me in the Mobile World Live studio is Haitham Al-Faraj. Haitham is the Chief Technology Officer at Operator STC. Haitham, good to see you again.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here with you.
Haitham, how is STC leveraging your technology, your expertise to really enhance the overall business and culture?
Nowadays, STC is a digital service provider, thanks to our strategy that carry over STC from, I would say, a legacy telco with providing internet services to and providing variety of services today. And speaking about enriching people's life, we provide different product and services to our customers, whether in the consumer or in the enterprise. And those services and products varies between the basic internet services all the way to IoT, cloud, hosting, and cybersecurity services. Also, we focus in STC as well on customer experience, which we believe that this is an important differentiator to the products and services that we provide.
You've just explained that you're a digital services player, but I guess first and foremost, you have to build a network. A 5G network is the latest technology network that you have rolled out, Hytham. Give us a little bit of background as to how that's going. What sort of milestones have you hit with 5G?
So we started our 5G journey back in 2017 when we were doing our testing just to make sure that we are ready for this deployment. Nowadays, we completed major milestone through 3 different phases of 5G deployments. We reached 5G in the kingdom to reach 72 cities in the kingdom. We cover more than 50% of population coverage on our main cities. And STC is continuing its investments and very much determined to roll out 5G networks years to come, because we believe that this is the future. We'll be able to provide our customers with high standard of internet services and to unleash the potential of 5G, especially on enterprise. STC today is leading when it comes for mobile speed in the kingdom for the past 4 years in continuous, along as well on 5G. And we don't look into just the speed and latency. We also focus on access to content, gaming experience, and we take these into considerations when we evaluate ourselves and how we are supporting our customers.
Yeah, and what else do you need beyond 5G? I mean, how do you enable digital and telco services in the MENA region? Recently,
we have launched our what we call the Digital MENA Hub. We believe that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a great opportunity because of its location to provide data center and international connectivity and connect the 3 continents together. We are deploying around 17 data centers. Besides, we have around 250 technical facilities that give us a great opportunities and advantage when we speak about edge computing and providing different quality of services, because we believe that the future of digital infrastructure will go around cloud computing, edge computing, and the consumer community will be demanding a very high quality of internet.
And is all of this progress contributing to local economy growth?
Definitely. We focus, when we speak about local economy, we spoke on data centers because we believe that digital economy will require, I would say, 10 times power and space compared to the traditional industrial economy. That's why we're focusing on data center. In local economy, we focus on local content, and we work with the government entities in pushing lots of the local content to make sure that we have a positive contribution into the GDP of the kingdom. And we believe that through the digital infrastructure that we're providing, we're contributing one way or another into the digital. And the pandemic was a testimony to the successful, I would say, experience that the kingdom had that has been also witnessed globally.
Hytham, great to hear about STC's development and progress. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you very much.
You're watching Mobile World Live. I'm Justin Springham. Well, it's been another busy day in our industry. So now let's see what's making the headlines at 5 p.m. on day 3 of MWC 22. Kaitha Bank's chairman hailed the benefits of digital technologies to drive innovation and improve the customer experience, but called for consistent regulations to ensure a level playing field. He said, "I believe experience has shown us that regulatory arbitrage is a source of instability for the system as a whole. It will take time, so the sooner regulators start to sort out the problems, the better." Noting that the move to digital services has lowered barriers to entry and resulted in the emergence of disruptive new players, he insisted that competition is good for the sector and for customers and is forcing traditional banks to become stronger and more innovative. Now, throughout its 277-year history, iconic auction house Sotheby's has stayed relevant by always remaining responsive to market shifts. And as CEO Charles Stewart explained in today's FinTech and Metaverse keynote, this now means embracing the Metaverse and NFTs. Sotheby's has developed a strong NFT pipeline, selling 50,000 items in 2021, with one piece going for $11.8 million. Yet, we've got trading platform OpenSea exchanging 8 million tokens in the same period. So there is still some ground to cover. Stewart noted that we've all become digital in unexpected ways, and the whole panel agreed that the NFT phenomenon, well, it is part of a behavioral shift driven by the younger generation. Also in this morning's final keynote, Hungama digital media entertainment founder Neeraj Roy set out the Indian company's metaverse ambitions, stating that they wanted to democratize the entire space. Hungama is India's leading digital entertainment company, and their vision for the metaverse is to create a digital world that integrates their huge library of music, art, films, gaming, and more. And they're aiming to offer fans a fully interactive and wholly immersive experience in which access goes far beyond mere consumption. So that's this evening's news. Now, here to make sense of all the top stories from the past 3 days is Radhika Gupta. Radhika is head of data acquisition at GSMA Intelligence. Radhika, great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you too, Justin.
Well, we end of day 3 at MWC. How's it feel?
Yeah, very busy, very tiring, but yeah, at the same time, very exciting also.
Is there a buzz? Do you feel a palpable buzz this week? Obviously, we haven't had face-to-face physical events for a while now. We did have an event in June, of course. It was a somewhat scaled-down version of MWC. Does this feel a bit more like a return to the old days?
It does. You know, the warmth that you feel when you meet people physically, experiencing the products and solution, it just has a different feeling, different experience and energy to it. And looking at the number of people that has stopped by the show, looking at the footfall, you know, it definitely is the return of the event. And I have a personal feeling that 2023 might see MWC beating its previous record numbers. I mean, that is clearly the indication from the number of people you see this year.
Wow, that's a prediction. So what was it, 100-something thousand?
120, 15, yeah.
So you're going to put money on potentially beating 2019.
Yeah, I mean, there's no harm in placing bets on MWC.
No, it's good to be bullish.
Yeah, it's good to be bullish. Yeah.
So let's talk about some of the things that have caught your eye and attention in the last 3 days, Radhika. Where would you like to start? Any particular topics that stand out for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think I will cover the two broader topics. There was a lot to take in the last 3 days, and you know, that's what MWC is all about. But I think two things that stand out for me are obviously the theme of MWC this year, Connectivity Unleashed, which is more like an umbrella term encompassing all the future networks, you know, that will help us to harness the true power of 5G, supporting the enterprise use cases and digitization use cases. So I think as their enablers, we saw a lot of development on private networks, standalone networks, you know, a lot of developments, announcements, partnership on cloud. I was attending the keynote yesterday, and AWS, I think when the CEO of AWS started to share examples on the partnerships or, you know, deployments they have done with operators, I mean, he was just going and going and going, and that shows the potential of the cloud, because with every example, he was trying to tell that, you know, how you can use the power of cloud in different operations, BSS, OSS, IT infrastructure, network functions. So you can use the cloud all over. So I think obviously we see a lot more momentum and progress in that direction. And I think we are heading into the time wherein operators will monetize 5G more and more with the enterprise use cases. And obviously our favorite, metaverse, I think day 3 was a lot more about metaverse, as we saw in the keynote also, and we have seen some announcements in the previous 2 days as well on metaverse, which was expected to be the case at MWC this year. We definitely were expecting.
Definitely the buzzword of the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you going to go home better understanding what the metaverse is? And if you do, could you tell me what the metaverse is, please? Because I'm still trying to figure it out.
If you allow me to, if you allow me to create a definition for industry, maybe I can do that. But on a more serious note, I think until a month ago, we were debating, and maybe the industry was debating more on what is the potential and reality with the metaverse, or is this a hyped term? But coming to MWC here and looking at the sort of announcements or commitments from the players in the ecosystem and industry, one thing is very clear, that it's not a hype term, and metaverse is something which is inevitable. Coming to your more specific question on the definition part, this is what I came with high hopes at MWC 2022, that maybe we'll see industry coming together to define metaverse. I think there are very different views on what metaverse, what actually is metaverse. And there are some funny examples wherein some exhibitors are just giving you the VR headset to experience something in immersive world and calling it a metaverse. It's
almost like VR on steroids.
Yeah, so I don't think that calls for metaverse. In my understanding, anything that will obviously give you a more immersive experience, digital experience, combined with the fact that a user has more power to create and control the content. And there is interoperability in different metaverse worlds. So a metaverse, like one company might create a shopping metaverse world, another company might create a tourism metaverse world. At the end of the day, all those platforms have to come together to create a unified metaverse. And to travel from one metaverse to another, you need to have that interoperability. So I think those are the key elements that stand out for me when it comes to metaverse: interoperability, more power in the hands of user, a decentralized place. So I think this is how I will define, rather than just accessing the VR headset to engage in some immersive content.
I have to say, Radhika, that is the clearest explanation of the metaverse I've heard all
I'm
week.
glad.
So well done.
I'm glad.
Did you learn that this week, or was that something you knew before MWC?
No, that's part of my research on metaverse.
So we can expect a report on the metaverse from GSMA Intelligence sometime.
Yeah, we already did one, and we did a webinar during the January themed week as well. And yes, you can continue to expect more research from GSM Intelligence this year on metaverse.
Okay, we don't have much time left, but final thoughts on this year's show. I mean, when you go home, what takeaways are you going to go home with?
What takeaways? I think, as I already noted, there's a lot of potential for cloud players, and I think standalone networks are seeing a lot of momentum this year. According to GSM Intelligence dataset, we already have 23, 24 operators live with standalone networks, and 107 are already planning. So I think, yes, standalone networks, cloud, and metaverse.
Radhika, thank you so much for coming into the studio.
Yeah.
And sharing your thoughts with us. You got one more day of MWC?
Yeah, tomorrow.
We wish you the best of luck. Have a great Thursday.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Justin.
Thank you very much, Radhika. Well, the doors are almost closing on day 3 of MWC 22, but we've got time to join Sasha at our Pitch to Pitch Champions stand. Let's go find Sasha.
Justin, thank you. Right, so not long ago, we crowned this year's Pitch to Pitch winner, Francis from Nuran. Have you got over the thrill yet?
We got it. We made it.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go take Francis down to his stand in Hall 7. That's where we're walking at the moment.
Announce it for the first time.
So we are literally a few steps away. Yeah. Okay, you ready? Are they going to be happy?
I am happy. I'm really happy.
Are they going to be happy?
Great thing for us.
Right, let's swing round. Go and tell your team, Francis.
So we won. All right. Whoa!
Well done. Congratulations. Does that feel good to get the support out of your
It's a feel-good type thing. huh?
Fantastic.
Exactly.
Right. Show me where your stand is on the calendar stand. Yeah.
We made the shift to become a service company, but this is what we do. We build towers. We build infrastructure to the rural area. So the tower you see there are either Cameroon, Ghana, or DRC. This is what we do. So the box you see there is the technology that we have developed, right? And we're using somebody else's technology, like the solar system from a Canadian company
So
called
that's a solar
Clearbutech.
panel, is it? So,
Yes, yes.
So the panel that you can see, if you can point that out to us. Talk us through
Exactly.
that tower for us.
Exactly. So this tower here, you have the battery system here connected to solar panel, and you see the top here. So you can have connection cable that comes here with the antenna, and then all the communication backhaul to the core network is done via satellite dish. And the satellite partner is AMO Spacecom that we're dealing with. They came in as an investor in Iran. We're hosting an event now of Nuran celebrating the partnership with Spacecom. Yes, yes.
But you haven't had the champagne out yet. You're still on your bottle.
I'm on the bottle of water.
Come on, someone needs to get this man a drink. So what's the next stage for you then?
Build more and more and more. So we have 2,500 sites under contract today with MTN and Orange, and we're just building. We have 60 running as we speak, and we continue to build. And this year, 565, next year, 1,200, and we're continuing to build. We have an objective of building 10,000 sites in 5 years.
Remind us of the geography where you'll be doing this.
Huh?
Remind us of the geography, whereabouts, countries.
The focus now is Africa, but we have started already business development in Latin America, and Asia Pacific will come soon after.
And talk to us about the partners. Anything on the horizon that you are looking at?
In terms of partnership, of course, Orange is a major partner of ours. We have had a lot of communication with MTN. We've signed MOU recently for MTN Namibia. So it's growing and growing. Oh,
it's all happening. And
it's
now,
right now.
And now you are the 2022 pitch-to-pitch
That's
champion.
Can I position myself for next year? Maybe, yes.
You'll be up against some very strong competition, I am sure.
Exactly.
Francis, many congratulations. I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your team. I'm sure they will have something appropriate for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. So get yourself ready for submissions for 2023. 30 seconds long. Tell us what the issue is, what the challenge is that you want to solve, what you are doing, how you're going to do it, and what you intend to do to come up with a solution as well. And hopefully we will see you in 2023. Right, more from us shortly.
Visit AWS Village in the upper walkway of the Fira South entrance. Interact with AWS experts, explore demos, and discover partner solutions. See you there.
We are Kyndryl. We design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology systems that the world depends on every day. Working with our customers, we imagine things differently. By forging new strategic partnerships, we unlock new possibilities, creating a world powered by healthy digital systems, alive with opportunity, oxygen to innovation, and energy to change the world. We are Kyndryl, and we are the heart of progress.
Barcelona welcomes talent. Barcelona International Welcome Desk is a personalized service for international talent and their families who come to Barcelona to invest, study, research, work, or develop highly innovative and job-creating projects with a positive socioeconomic impact on the local area. Barcelona International Welcome Desk offers information and personalized advice on practical issues for living in the Barcelona area, such as permits, documentation, pets, housing, education, taxation, and mobility. It can also handle some of the bureaucratic procedures that are required when moving to Barcelona to start working there or set up a business. Book an appointment at barcelona.cat/welcome desk to be assisted either in person at the Media TIC building or online. Welcome, talent.
Oh.